Walmart are facing hunger every day. Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tevi Troy.
What's on your mind?
Ben Wattenberg died 10 years ago this week, but his legacy still looms large. Wattenberg, a pundit, demographer, and political operative, reshaped Washington and America through his far-sighted thinking and writing. He constantly told his once-beloved Democrats to stop drifting further and further to the left. They just as steadfastly refused to listen, with the ramifications still being felt today. Wattenberg's career was built on the mastery of data. Long before Google, he immersed himself in facts and figures, poring over government reports and academic journals. He knew crime rates, birth rates, and welfare trends in an age when there was no internet to provide an answer via a few keyboard strokes. He then used that data to explain, inform, predict, and entertain. Wattenberg was born in the Bronx in 1933. After graduating from Hobart College and serving in the Air Force, he was working in publishing when he came up with the idea of describing America using data as the narrative device. The resulting book, This USA, written with former census head Richard Scammon, led to Wattenberg's appointment as a Lyndon Johnson speechwriter. Wattenberg also worked on the presidential campaigns of moderate Democrat Henry Scoop Jackson in 1972 and 1976. Wattenberg wrote many important books, including The Real Majority, which used census data to show that despite the media emphasis on civil strife in the 1960s, the real majority in America was middle class, middle-aged, middle-minded, unyoung, unpoor, and unblack. According to Wattenberg, the median voter was not a protesting radical, but a middle-aged housewife from Dayton, Ohio. This insight reportedly inspired President Richard Nixon's notion of the silent majority and has remained an important element in American politics to this very day. Wattenberg continued to influence presidents, earning the nickname of Ronald Reagan's favorite Democrat in the 1980s, and receiving a much-discussed, almost hour-long phone call from President Bill Clinton in reaction to Wattenberg's 1996 book, Values Matter Most. Numbers guided Wattenberg's insights throughout his career. In The Birth Dearth, he argued that contrary to conventional wisdom, underpopulation rather than overpopulation threatened the prosperity and political influence of Western nations. This belief made him an unabashed supporter of legal immigration. In The Good News is the Bad News is Wrong, Wattenberg used statistics to make the case for optimism, a corrective that would still be helpful today. He also used numbers to inform his long-standing syndicated newspaper column and his TV appearances, including his show Think Tank, in which 17 seasons of informed panel discussions benefited from the SMART rule: no journalists, no politicians, no kidding. Wattenberg called his approach to punditry data journalism. To master the numbers, he developed relationships with experts across Washington. His Rolodex, yes, he had one, was filled with the names of non-famous but data-deep experts who could walk him through their latest reports and help him identify vital trends and revealing developments. Wattenberg's immersion in the numbers strengthened his inveterate optimism, patriotism, and concerns with the trajectory of the Democratic Party. He used data to bring home America's bright future and consistently advised that the more optimistic presidential candidate would win elections. Good advice that still stands today. I'm Tevi Troy for Fox News.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Chrysler is recalling hundreds of thousands of its 2022 to 2025 Pacificas and Voyagers to see if the side curtain airbags need replacing. They may be improperly sealed. Ford has been forced, it says, to idle factories in the U.S. over the past 3 weeks because of the current U.S.-China trade dispute. It's causing shortages of magnets that contain rare earth minerals that are key components used in cars for things like windshield wipers, doors, and audio systems. CEO Jim Farley says they simply can't make those high-powered magnets here in the U.S. And Tesla CEO Elon Musk says a Tesla Model Y SUV drove itself from the company's Austin, Texas factory Friday to a customer's home. Musk says the trip was made across town and involved highways. Musk is counting on eventually churning out large numbers of robotaxis to underpin the EV company's next chapter. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tie your laces and get ready for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Kids 14 and under can join us post-game on Wednesday, July 2nd after the Phillies play the Padres at 1:05. Visit Phillies.com to order tickets today. The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning. In for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT this morning. My name is Shannon Burke, along with Anna Hummel. Hello, Anna.
Good morning, Shannon. It's good to
Dan
be with
Borowski. And you said thank you? So nice of you. There's a lot to get to today. We'll get to the explosion in North Philly, the big, beautiful bill, which had a rather lengthy reading last night. A Washington Post journal has been busted with some child porn. That's a shocker. And something called Chat GPT psychosis. I like Chat GPT. I don't know about you, Hannah, but I'm really starting to use it like crazy. It is amazing what it can do. But apparently this is one thing they don't talk about ChatGPT and how to use AI, is that you could get a little psychotic and think that you're talking to a sentient being, and then you get committed involuntarily.
Oh,
so
no. I think we call that in Florida Baker acted.
This is going on all over the country where people believe that they have spoken to like a supreme being, and like their family's like, whoa, okay, hold on, hold the phone here. They end up, sometimes locking them up. It's not something you hear about all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure they prefer speaking to ChatGPT than most of their family members. So maybe the family members are just jealous.
Perhaps.
Chat GPT doesn't yell at them to do chores, perhaps.
Maybe. ChatGPT is not a sentient being and not a supreme leader. So I'm going to start at Zoran Mamdani because this is something that is, I don't know. New York City is such an interesting study. You know what I mean?
It should be 5 cities. Like, I was doing a deep dive into Google Maps the other day of New York City. It's insane. What is it, like 8-9 million people live in one city?
Yeah.
So the fact that like one person is the mayor of the entire 5 boroughs is insanity to me. But go on about Mamdani.
I say what you were about Mayor Adams. I think he lost a lot of favor in that heavily Democratic city because he agreed to work with Trump and Holman with the migrant issue because he just had it up to here. He couldn't take it any longer. That lost he lost a lot of support.
Wasn't he taking bribes too? Wasn't there a little bit of that?
Well, he got an upgrade on a Turkish airline once to first class that he didn't report. I don't know if that's a bribe. And he's got a thing with the Turkish people. He was in a movie. Turkish movies. I don't know. It's a weird story, but when you look at he's now an independent because he had to split from the Democrats. He couldn't take it any longer. You've got Curtis Sliwa, bless his heart, running as a Republican. The guy that started the Guardian Angels. He's a radio guy up in New York City. I like him a lot. I've had him on for interviews numerous times, but I'm afraid he just has no. I don't know. Maybe now he will. But Democrats have elected a socialist to be their mayoral candidate.
A self-proclaimed socialist. Right. This is not what we're calling him as a derogatory slur. This is he says, I am a socialist. Yes.
And I don't know of any other time in our history. I'm sure we have in the past, but it's a big gig being the mayor of America's premier city.
Sure.
Dan, if you could play the most disturbing cut, it's A01. This is in an interview. Here is Zoran.
Of the neighborhood. All right. You are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Well,
okay, he's going to work with the billionaires that he does not like.
Yeah.
More or less.
Whose money he wants to take away from. Yeah, and he's not talking about equality, by the way. That's equity. That's a whole different ball game. He wants everyone to have the same. Equality is when you have the same opportunities.
Right.
But equity is when you just have the same outcome. So,
and I don't understand, how do you stop a billionaire from existing? Do you? I mean, that to me, that's the number one issue. Is that you know everyone wants to be wealthy. I think most people want to be wealthy. I don't know that they say I'm going to be a billionaire, but we live in the land of opportunity where you can earn as much as you possibly can. And putting a limit on somebody's income or their value, I don't know how you do it. First of all, we have some pretty important billionaires in this country. That have contributed quite a bit. It's not like you're a billionaire. There are a couple of billionaires out there that they just trade stuff, Look at Warren Buffett. I don't know that Warren Buffett's doing the world any good at all. But,
yeah.
But Elon Musk, you can't deny the man what he's done for humankind.
Sure.
In his I don't know if he's had an effort to become a billionaire. He just kind of
technology, advances. And Bezos.
I think Bezos I think billionaires they don't set out to be a billionaire, but I do think that Elon Musk kind of is a reluctant billionaire. I think Bezos is not reluctant because you could tell that Bezos enjoys it.
He's living like a billionaire should. He goes on vacations. He has expensive weddings. Where Elon Musk, last I heard, he doesn't even own a house.
He rents a house from SpaceX. They own a $50,000 2-bedroom somewhere in Austin. He did buy another place in Westwood Hills. Westlake Hills in Austin, Texas. But you could clearly see Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, all of that is a gift to mankind. I don't know that Amazon is a gift to mankind, but I do know that
come on, you don't have Amazon Prime.
Are you kidding me? Late last night,
he's more influential than Elon Musk.
Late last night, I ordered these pens. See this pen right here? It's the only pen I use. It's a Pentel Energel, and I love this pen. It glides beautifully, but late last night, yesterday afternoon, I'm driving back from the Panhandle in Florida. It's a long drive, and I remember I need pens, and I pulled my phone out. I boom, boom, bing, bing, boom. I ordered the pens. I put my phone down. This morning, I get up, I walk out the front door. Boom, there's my pens. I got pens.
And who do you have to thank
I love
for
Amazon.
That? Jeff Bezos. You're welcome.
Right.
God bless Bezos.
I don't know how you get around billionaires. I think that it goes against everything about the American dream,
Absolutely.
Stifling
success. You can only get this successful before you become the enemy, and then we're going to take your money.
And then, I don't know how you stop a guy. You say, okay, well, you're worth $999 million. We got to cut you off there, Jeff Bezos. You can't. What happens to the rest of his income or the rest of his value? It's impossible. It's an impossible socialist wet dream that they have. They want to stop every billionaire. And I don't know, it's because maybe they don't have the drive to become billionaires themselves.
Just to get votes. That's it. Of course,
the hatred.
Yeah, because poor people like hearing "let's take money from the rich" and they go, "Yeah,
oh yeah, let's get all that money."
less that I have to pay. So listen, they'll lose billionaires, no problem. But Boca Raton apparently is open for games. So I don't know if you heard the mayor saying, "Come to our town. We're welcoming rich people." So
where?
Boca Raton.
Oh yeah, we love billionaires down here.
That's his name, the mayor.
There are some other. Let's hear D15. I think this is Trump on Mamdani.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's hear.
What did you make of the New York Democrat primary? Mamdani.
He's a communist. I think it's very bad for New York. I don't know that he's going to get in. It's inconceivable that but he's a communist, and he's a pure communist. I think he admits it, but I can't imagine it. But let's say this. If he does get in, I'm going to be president, and he's going to have to do the right thing, or they're not getting any money. He's got to do the right thing. It's shocking that I would have assumed that I used to say we will never have a socialist in this country. No, but we'll have a communist. I mean, he's a communist. He's going to be mayor of New York. So I was very surprised when I said, I never heard of him. I don't know who he is.
Well, he said he's going to fight ICE. He's not going to allow ICE to...
He'll be very unsuccessful.
And he said if Benjamin Netanyahu comes to New York, he's going to have him arrested.
Oh, he's a radical left lunatic.
Because a lot of the things he says he wants to do, arresting Bibi Netanyahu, he doesn't have the power to do. That's just all fluff. But I love Trump's like, he's a communist. This is the first time ever we have a communist. And
that's pretty good, Shannon.
Thank you very much. I work on it quite a bit. The problem is that the city of New York has kind of embraced you look at the celebrities that, Cynthia Nixon and all these other celebrities that come out.
Yeah, that was disturbing.
And they seem to really like him quite a bit. But I listen, Trump says it's unimaginable. It's not unimaginable. This could happen. They could elect this guy in the New York City. And here's my opinion and my take on this.
Yeah.
Let's do it. 100%.
Yeah.
Full court press. I would like to raise money for Mamdani. And listen, I'm serious. Let's get him elected, because once you elect a socialist, once the Democrats elect a what do you call it? A
proclaimed
socialist who says ridiculous things. The Democratic Party takes that on the chin, and we roll into the midterms here. Well, we're not voting for a Democrat. They're half up there. They've got Democrats in their pocket. I mean, they got socialists and communists in their pocket. Yeah. And I think it kills Democrats in the midterms. I really do. I think it has quite an effect. Let's hear D16.
I can tell you this, whoever's mayor of New York is going to have to behave themselves, or the federal government is coming down very tough on them financially.
I think most Democrat-run cities know that. Some of them are dealing with it right now. But Kristen Welker seems to love Mamdani. Let's hear D24.
Welcome back. A stunning political upset this week in the race to lead America's biggest city. 33-year-old Democratic Socialist and New York State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani is poised to win the Democratic primary for New York City, beating out former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He's now set to head to the general election, but his likely primary win is already sending shockwaves through the Democratic Party. And joining me now is Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. There is so much to discuss. We have to start.
Stop it right there. She's got a what was the tingle up his leg that Chris Matthews I think had about Obama? He sent the tingle up his leg, which just seems to be the wrong direction for a tingle to go. I don't know.
I think so.
But she's definitely
she's excited to have her crush on with her.
There's also his plan to target whiter neighborhoods is rather is there any audio with that on it? It's disturbing. They call him the Fidel Castro of New York. He says that this tax the rich proposal of his is not driven by race, yet his campaign explicitly says they're targeting white homeowners. He said that's not a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed. We've seen time and again that this is a property tax system that is inequitable. It's one that actually Eric Adams ran on saying that he would change in the first 100 days. He's since sought to defend it and lost at every juncture in court.
And I understand you're saying we're simply...
So, I mean, I think in the long term... You have to ask why he won. Cuomo's a whole nother book. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know how you have to leave the governorship because the governor's office because you grab some
assault.
Yeah, your little grab ass going on.
Wait, but he's Italian.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And sadly, a more sensible choice than Mamdani.
But he
did kill a bunch of people in the nursing homes. Let's not forget that.
Let's.
Everyone's worried about the grab ass. I'm like, remember when like 1,000 people died because
I'm not a pervert. I'm Italian.
Look, his family history, the fact that he has been the governor before, and he didn't argue with the victory at all. He said the guy deserves it. I think Cuomo's done, politically speaking. Okay. But I don't. You don't think he's? You don't think he's wrong?
I think he's done. I think he's done. This was probably the nail in the coffin. I know he tried to come back, but obviously it was unsuccessful. So, all
right.
I love how Mamdani says, like, "Listen, I'm just calling it like I see it." I'm like, "Oh, you want to play that game?" I can call it how I see it too, in terms of like maybe who's committing the most crimes. But I would be accused of being a racist if I did that.
Yeah. All right. When we return, Zohan kind of ducks and weaves when he's asked to condemn phrases like globalize the intifada, from the river to the sea, the calls for killing of Jews. He's like, well, is it really? I don't, he won't answer. We'll do it when we return. I'm Shannon Burke along with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski. We're in for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Jessica with Sea Crane. Natural disasters continue to disrupt our lives, highlighting the importance of communication tools you can count on. This year alone, we've witnessed the devastating impact of wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. In these moments of crisis, radio is a lifeline. When power grids fail and cell towers go down, radio broadcasts continue to provide critical information and a sense of connection. There's something reassuring about the simplicity and reliability of radio. When you're without power, Sea Crane's high-quality, American-designed radios with long-range reception and voice-focused audio keep you informed. They can even alert you to a weather emergency. To get more information or receive a free catalog, give us a call at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccradio.com. That's ccradio.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow. I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Shannon Rick and Donna Hummel, we're in for Kayal and Company this morning at 1210 WPHT. If you're so inclined, you can offer your opinions. 855-839-1210. Anna, am I all right to assume you're a member of the tribe? Weren't you born in Israel?
I was.
Got here as soon as you could?
Although I am reluctant to share that fact these days. It used to be like a cool, I don't want to say it, like a DEI thing, but something that set me apart from everybody else. Now I'm just a white colonial genocidal monster. So I usually just keep that on the DL. They're like, where are you from? Like San Diego? Everybody likes San Diego, right?
Zoran,
yes, I was born in Israel.
Zoran is known. He protested against Israel after October 7th. He was on Meet the Press, very reluctant to condemn the language, the phrases of globalize the intifada and from the river to the sea. I think Dan has that audio. Let's hear that.
Asked about the term globalize the intifada, if it makes you uncomfortable. In that moment, you did not condemn the phrase. Now, just so folks understand, it's a phrase that many people hear as a call to violence against Jews. There's been a lot of attention on this issue, so I want to give you an opportunity to respond here and now. Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the intifada?
That's not language that I use. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights. And ultimately, that's what is the foundation of so much of my politics, the belief that freedom and justice and safety are things that, to have meaning, have to be applied to all people, and that includes Israelis and Palestinians alike.
But do you actually condemn it? I think that's the question and the outstanding issue that a number of people, both of the Jewish faith and beyond, have. Do you condemn that phase, globalize the Intifada, which a lot of people hear as a call to violence against Jews?
I've heard from many Jewish New Yorkers who have shared their concerns with me, especially in light of the horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C. and in Boulder, Colorado, about this moment of anti-Semitism in our country and in our city. And I've heard those fears, and I've had those conversations, and ultimately they are part and parcel of why in my campaign I've put forward a commitment to increase funding for anti-hate crime programming by 800%.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. The bottom line is the guy won't condemn the language. I get it. Where you have a First Amendment right in this country, you say whatever you want, but and you can't be put in jail for it. Of course, as the mayor, he's not going to put you in jail, but he could at least condemn the language. You can't say, we have freedom of speech and that's not the language I use, but I want to reduce hate in the city, but I won't condemn globalize the Intifada or from the river to the sea.
Yeah, I think that would alienate his wife, who I think she's Syrian, perhaps, but she does a lot of like pro-Palestinian art, I guess, like elevating Palestinian women's voices or something like that. But she's... Wow. Yeah, and they're both Muslim, so kind of shakes out. Like, I guess.
Look, I have no problem.
Not always, but most of the time, so it doesn't surprise me.
I don't have a problem electing Muslims in this country, Muslim Americans. I don't have a problem with that at all. But I do have a problem with Muslim Americans who, are self-proclaimed socialists who want to tax white people more than anyone else and cannot condemn from the river to the sea or globalize the Intifada. I think that's a whole different animal here. Because that language, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't it make you feel unsafe on it?
Not in Florida. Florida doesn't mess around with stuff like that. But yeah, it's uncomfortable. It's certainly uncomfy when you hear people talking and saying things like that, of course.
It means death. It means I want to kill these people, or I want them to no longer exist. From the river to the sea is fairly self-explanatory.
Yeah. What I hear a lot of people say, and this is how they phrase it, and this is exactly what he did, is they go, listen, I have nothing against Jews. I'm just an anti-Zionist. That's usually what they say. And then they go, okay, well, let's, play that out. Well, I don't think that the Jewish people should have a homeland. Okay, so what do you want to do with the 9 or 10 million people living in Israel right now, 20% of whom are Arab? People forget that fact, that 20% of Israel's population is not Jewish. They are, there's Arab Jews, but these are Arab Muslims that live in Israel, some of whom are part of the parliament, the Knesset.
Some serve in the Knesset.
Yes.
I never want to say that because you're supposed to believe that, nobody can live with Jews. That's why they have their own, we can't possibly get along with them, blah, blah, blah. But then you understand that 20% of them are, in fact, Arab Israelis, working together, governing together, living together in peace and harmony. It is, I'm not saying... the mayor shouldn't be policing language, but the mayor could come out and say, I condemn this language. It is not the language of, it's anti-Semitic. And he says he wants to reduce hate crime. He says he wants to increase the funding for hate crime programs by 800% to, quote, root out anti-Semitism. Shouldn't one of those programs be, hey, we condemn the language, like globalize the Intifada? Why don't we start there? That's free, by the way. There's no money involved in that at all. Just say it. I condemn the language.
Yeah, he just wants to stop or halt anti-Semitism with the Jews that agree with him, which unfortunately there are many, and I'm learning as of very recently that many of whom I'm related to. So that's really I give my mom a daily dose of what one of my cousins who lives in Portland. Imagine that. Posts on social media every day, and every night I text her what he posted, and I go, just here to ruin your night, and then I send her some 3 or 4 pro-Palestinian propaganda pieces. But so that's fun for me.
Can I just throw this in here? Anna, you had me pull this because this is Glastonbury, a BBC over in England.
Yes.
And take a listen to this too. They broadcasted this on BBC.
Free.
Oh, it gets better, too.
Have you heard this one, though? Death to the IDF. death to the IDF, death to the IDF.
I mean, look at Great Britain right now. Look at the Muslim population and what it's done to the cities and how it's destroyed the culture in London. And I mean, Brits and people that are born and raised and live there are afraid to walk the streets at night. There's areas that you just don't go into anymore.
Yeah.
And that country,
Much
which
of
is
Europe is like that.
right, so much older than us, and their culture is being not just diluted but destroyed by this mass immigration. Some people have had it. I think Keir Starmer's had it, but then he says, I've had it with this, and then he gets in more trouble.
Sure. Honestly, the worst part of what we just heard was that it's kind of catchy. Like, I was like, oh, yeah, it's got the IDF. Yeah, oh, it's got a beat to it.
Death to the IDF. Death to the IDF. Death to the IDF.
I have a rule,
It's
really,
horrific.
that I never openly wish for anyone to die. I think it's a bad form, and it's like, really, you're a bad human if you wish that another human who's not out.
Never in your life, Shannon, you've had that thought.
I have had that thought, but people that deserve it, Dan.
Okay.
It's more like individuals versus swaths of groups of people. You know what I mean? Like, maybe there's like one person you're like, oh, it'd be great if they.
To the IDF.
Right.
Not a whole, not 100,000 people at the same time.
Yeah, not an ethnicity, not a racial group, not a religion, perhaps, but.
So for them to get out of this, Adams is their only hope in New York City. There are more. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I'm right on this, Anna. There are more. New York City has the second largest Jewish population outside of Israel.
Dude,
does that sound right to you? I've heard it many times.
It sure does. It should.
Let's
That
roll with it.
area, Jersey, New York. Yeah, I honestly don't know.
Why do you
I know
suppose?
that I think Dearborn, Michigan, has the highest population of Muslims
Yes.
outside of the Middle East.
Right.
So that's cool. I used to live around there too.
What is your take on the phenomenon? Maybe Dan has an input too. That most Jewish people in the United States are liberal.
Yeah, they're certainly very secular. Most Jews that I know are not religious, much like myself, a self-proclaimed atheist. Culturally Jewish, of course, and most people in Israel are not religious. There's actually a lot of conflict between most of the secular people and the religious rights in Israel, because they had for the longest time like an exemption where they didn't have to go into the army like everybody else. But but yeah, most of them are very liberal. I've noticed. Here's the difference that I've noticed is that the Jews who have some sort of connection to Israel, like my parents, for example, who lived there, my dad for 13 years, my mom for 10, they feel much more strongly and they tend to hang more to the right versus Jews that really have no connection to Israel. It's just kind of like another country to them. So that's kind of the difference that I see there.
I was adopted when I was 3 days old, and I found about 10 years ago that my birth mother was Jewish and that her grandfather immigrated to the United States from Tel Aviv. So, I mean, I don't know.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Did I know you were adopted? Did I know that?
I'm sure you did. It's don't hate on me. All my
No,
siblings
not.
are
I'm
adopted.
just trying to remember if I knew that about
Now,
you.
Shannon, have
That's
you
like a
embraced the
significant-
faith since you found out that you were
No,
born into it?
I think I'm here. So I'm all tatted up. I have my sleeve. And tell me, am I right, Anna, that Jewish people aren't to get tattoos? It's some taboo against defacing
like
your
you
body.
can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery. But I know a lot of Jews who had tattoos that when they die, they plan to just get it like cut off of their skin and then buried in a cemetery.
Is that like an
But they
inspection
have to, like,
process before they put you in the ground? Like, let's check him out for tattooed up. He can't go here. He got a tattoo.
Right. Yeah.
All right. When we return, I want to hear from you. 855-839-1210. Why do you think Zoran Mamdani won? What was the major reason the Democrats in New York City chose him over a guy they knew, even as bad as he was, like Cuomo? We'll do it next. Hang on. I'm Shannon Burke in for Kayal and Company at 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
my computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And Mayor Mamdani, would you welcome Prime Minister Netanyahu to New York City for whatever he comes for, given the US is not a signatory to the ICC, so he can travel to the US, unlike a lot of other countries. Would a Mayor Mamdani welcome Benjamin Netanyahu to the city?
No. As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a city that our values are in line with international law. It's time that our actions are also.
Even though the US is not a signatory to the ICC?
No, it's time that we actually step up and make clear what we are willing to do to showcase the leadership that is sorely missing in the federal administration.
Well, that's some trouble right there. As mayor of New York City, you don't have the power to arrest Bibi Netanyahu. That's A. B, he doesn't have the power to raise taxes on white neighborhoods as the mayor of New York City. That would take the state government's approval. You say a lot of things, and it sounds great to people in New York City that hate Trump mainly. There were some big gains for Trump in New York City. I mean, for real, in some areas, that he did quite well in, that Mamdani did quite well in before, or that Democrats did quite better than College Point, Brighton Beach, Bensonhurst, Bath Beach. They had all kind of been the most right-leaning in the city. And the people that lined up behind Cuomo was the labor unions, the county bosses, church leaders. They're all, real estate executives.
Hear Mamdani's take on it?
Yeah, let me hear from Mamdani.
And there are so many New Yorkers who previously hadn't voted in primaries, who saw themselves now in this politics, saw their struggles in our policies, and took that step to actually cast a ballot. And what excites me is that there are moments where someone will cast a ballot for someone with an exclusionary vision like Donald Trump, and they can still come back to the Democratic Party. And so many of our victories were in neighborhoods that went for Donald Trump in the presidential election. We're talking about College Point or Diker Heights, so many of the same places we were told that we had now lost voters forever. And instead, what we've found is that if you have a relentless focus on an economic agenda and you welcome people back and you turn the political instinct from lecturing to listening, you can still have people come home to the Democratic Party as long as you show them that's a party that will fight for working people, not those that are benefiting off the struggles of working people.
I just don't, I don't know that anyone left the Democratic Party to vote for Mamdani or even Eric Adams. Yeah. I know there's some right-leaning areas there, but I don't think a right-leaning area, any right-leaning voter is going to go, well, you know what, this socialist guy sounds pretty good. Let's give him a shot.
No, that is strange. I heard Ben Shapiro's take on this a little bit, and it was actually like on point where he said that Mamdani was running this like a sixth grade student body campaign where he's like, listen, you're going to get free ice cream, no school on Fridays. And everyone's like, woo, yeah, that guy. So it seems like that's kind of what he's doing. And listen, we've seen this before. We'll see it again. People often, and it boggles my mind, but they often vote not in their best interest. Often. As if to send a message like a virtue signaling message that I'm one of the good ones. Look at me. I'm rich and I'm voting for the socialist.
Let's face it, Democrats have no real platform. They can't agree on anything except for hating Trump. They have there's none of their own policies that make any sense. They're
just like pro-choice and they hate Trump. Like to me, that is the Democratic Party's base. Right?
Dan, do you agree?
Their policies.
Hating Trump is the number one thing that ties Democrats together?
That's all they got anymore because everything else is a losing policy. Yeah. You look at the border, it's trash. They can't win on that. They can't win on anything anymore, so they just got to hate Trump.
They don't even have weed in their corner because the Republicans are like, we don't care. We smoke weed too. Like,
running out.
I think, when people hear, listen, the average voter's not high information, right? The average voter hears, well, we're going to tax the white rich people a lot, and then we're going to, I'm going to open up city-run grocery stores, and and we're not going to have any profit. We won't focus on profit. We won't pay taxes. It won't pay real estate taxes. Blah blah blah. And everyone's like, oh my God, that sounds fantastic. Cheap groceries for everybody. And then you realize it sounds impossible. It's been tried in the past. It didn't work very well.
It's been done before, I think.
It has been done in other countries. Did not work out well at all. Yeah. Katzmatidis, who is a radio guy and owns a ton of grocery stores there, I think he'll be, he says he'll close all his grocery stores and leave.
Grocery prices are out of control. The cost of eggs and milk has skyrocketed. Some stores are even using dynamic pricing, jacking up the cost over the course of a day depending on what they can get away with. It doesn't need to be this way. I'm Zahran Mamdani, and as mayor, I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores. It's like a public option for produce. We will redirect city funds from corporate supermarkets to city-owned grocery stores, whose mission is lower prices, not price gouging. These stores will operate without a profit motive or having to pay property taxes or rent, and will pass on those savings to you.
First of all, I wasn't aware that there was city money going to giant corporate grocery chains. I couldn't find any history of that. I don't know. Why would the city give money to a profitable chain of grocery stores? Oh, here you go. Here's some funding.
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
And am I wrong? Did he just say produce? Is that all they'll sell? I mean, is
I'm sure there's other items. I don't think New Yorkers are probably the healthiest people. I've never seen a New Yorker eat produce before. They seem to like their bagels and their pizza.
It's a great point.
Maybe that's why they're so affordable, because no one's eating them.
Maybe Cuomo should have run on that. Nobody likes to eat the vegetables
You don't
here
walk
in
through
the
Times
city.
Square and see someone eating a banana? No.
Yeah, no way. It's like Dubai chocolate and
Right,
pizza.
and an egg, an egg and cheese croissant, or whatever the sandwiches they eat in the morning. You get at the bodegas.
Yeah, right.
I get it sounds great, and I don't know if people are just gullible at this point with their, just ingrained with their hatred of Trump, that anything else sounds good.
That's all it is. Yeah, and the fact that it's like pissing Trump off is just like even sweeter.
Oh, that's 100% awesome.
Yeah,
like,
so
like
I
the
think-
AOC dunking on Trump, social media
Right.
darling. Yeah.
Well, that's not going to get anyone anywhere. I thought we'd learned a lesson, or they had learned a lesson after the first term of President Trump, that, hating on him in a certain way can make him stronger and boost his base. You try to
100%.
poke the bear there.
One more Mondani cut. We have him with Jen Psaki explaining whether he thinks this could take hold in the rest of the country.
Other candidates running in other parts of the country?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is a campaign about inequality. And you don't have to live in the most expensive city in the country to have experienced that inequality, because it's a national issue. And what Americans coast to coast are looking for are people who will fight for them, not just believe in the things that resonate with their lives, but actually fight and deliver on those very things. And part of how we got to this point was through the endorsements of Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, who've been leading this fight against oligarchy across the country. And I think that in focusing on working people and their struggles, we also return back to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats in the first place.
The
Kat
Bronx
said,
girl.
The Bronx girl?
Yeah,
That's probably
the
what he
alleged
won.
Bronx girl.
He had so much support from AOC, who her public support is a mystery to me. I don't get it. But Kat said, look, I've been to Cuba. I've seen what's happened there. It's a failed country. And if Zoran is elected mayor, he'll make New York City the next Detroit. I believe that, and I don't care. Yeah. Look, I like New York City. I've been there several times. It's a lot of fun. It's incredible. Just like the movie.
You like it?
I mean, I enjoyed it. Having a good time. I'm just going there to hang out in jazz clubs and stuff and listen to music. Okay. Really, but yes, how can you hate New York City? But I'll say this: I can do without it. You know what I mean? It's not that important to me, but it sets the pace for the rest of the country. It's kind of the I don't know what you call it, the star, international star.
Yeah, you said the premier city of.
I think it is the premier
commerce of America.
If you live in wherever you live, Afghanistan, you can live in the Middle East, you can live in Europe. When you think the United States, you think of New York City.
Absolutely.
The skyline, the bridge, all of that stuff. The movies they see. And that could all be gone away. I don't have a problem with it. When we return, there is Trump's big beautiful bill underwent a reading last night by clerks of the Senate. 16 hours it took to read. Can you imagine? It sounds like maybe like grade school. Like, all right, page 4. We'll talk about that when we return. And doesn't have a chance to make it. Stick around. I'm Shannon Burke along with Anna Hummel. We're in for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs. Like your boss, still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tie your laces and get ready for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Kids 14 and under can join us post-game on Wednesday, July 2nd after the Phillies play the Padres at 1:05. Visit Phillies.com to order tickets today. The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
In for Kayal and Company, my name is Shannon Burke, along with Anna Hummel and the great Dan Borowski at the studio. 855-839-1210 if you want to get involved in the program. So Chucky Schumer is upset because he wanted to delay this bill, right? That was the only thing.
Right.
And in order to do that, he said, I objected to stop Republicans moving forward with their big, ugly bill. until they have read every single word of it to the American people. And so it's born 15 hours, 55 minutes. Senate clerks get in there and read the bill. Was everyone there? I mean, first of all, do you want to read it to the American people? The American people, did they watch C-SPAN for 15 hours straight, 15:55?
I did.
Did they make notes about it?
Certainly not. Like, did you have to stop if someone went to the bathroom?
Yeah, hold on right there. I'll be right back. Stop right there.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I just didn't know if you heard during the reading there was a moment where Schumer, since he forced the Dems to read, because they define what a woman is in the bill, a Democratic woman was forced to read the definition of a female.
For purposes of paragraph 3, the term female means an individual who naturally has, had, will have, or would have, but for a developmental or genetic anomaly or historical accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces, transports, and utilizes eggs for fertilization. 5, male. For purposes of paragraph 3, the term male means an individual who naturally has, had, will have, or would have, but for a developmental or genetic anomaly or historical accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces, transports, and utilizes sperm for fertilization.
Slow down. Read it slower.
So bummed out.
So obviously, Rand Paul was not going to vote for this thing. I was surprised that Tom Tillis said no to it. He said no, and then he said, okay, I'm retiring. So
that's the way to do it.
I'm not exactly sure what that means. Yeah, it is the way to do it. No, I'm out of here. See you guys later.
Yep.
So does this mean that from now on, that every bill, what about 2,500 page bills and, that are out? This is only 900 and something, but we've seen bills that have reached 4,000 pages.
Sure.
Has Schumer set the pace here for every bill being read aloud if you want to get it passed?
Well, I mean, I also kind of want to make sure that the legislators are reading the bill. I mean, I know if they're like, hey, Anna, you got to read this. How long was it? Like
980 pages?
940 pages. I'm going to read the Cliff Notes. Like, I'm not going to be sitting reading that.
I don't think even lawmakers read it word for word, right?
You can't read everything, so it is kind of like somewhat a waste of time. But also, it'd be cool. Here's the thing: just because you read it doesn't mean you're listening. I am definitely Exhibit A for that. Like reading comprehension is not my forte. I can read all day, but I'm like, I have no idea what I just read. Thanks.
Maybe there will be a Cliff Notes version they'll pass out.
Yeah.
Now that we enter the vote-a-rama time, 20 hours worth of debate, equally divided between the two parties. They call it the vote-a-rama, and there'll be an unlimited series of amendment votes. Republicans are expected to kind of yield back a lot of their time. They want to expedite this thing to get it passed as soon as possible. It's got a great chance of passing here.
Right. By July 4th, I think, is when, Trump wants it done. Which is soon. Actually, this is a weird fact, but today is the last day of the first half of this year. Isn't that crazy?
Take me a while to process that one.
Yeah, today's the last day
of the first half of 2025.
It's very John Madden-like.
Right? Is it? I was like, dang, 6 months in the books, and then we hit 7 through 12 tomorrow.
Even Susan Collins, who is like the foremost centrist, I think, in the party, she voted to advance it, but she hasn't declared whether or not she'll vote for its final passage. This whole game they play here, they run into a bit of trouble having to read it all. The vote-a-rama is expected to start. I don't know what time it starts this morning. It could go late into the evening. Look, I'm happy to see that our lawmakers are this involved.
Sure.
I think it's unreasonable to read every bill aloud to all the senators.
Popcorn.
All the senators
AOC,
aren't there.
Yeah.
And I guarantee C-SPAN did not see a spike in their ratings during the reading, except for Dan, who watched it.
Yeah. 5 different TVs. I do have a couple more cuts, though, real quick, if you don't mind. D43 there, Phil, I see it on the screen. This is a Senate before they went and read the entire bill. It was interrupted by someone screaming, "How dare you!" essentially. Take a watch.
Fun.
How do you live with yourself?
The sergeant of arms will restore order. The sergeant. The sergeant of arms will restore order in the galley. The sergeant of arms will restore order. The sergeant of arms will restore order in the galley.
Republicans are awful is one of the words. And then
he said, I'm coming back every night and I'm breaking your stuff. We the people
Who was
need
that screaming?
Some guy from Portland.
Oh.
And then also we have Patty Murray with a big diss here. Listen to this one.
All right.
Now, let's be clear. When we talk about how unpopular this bill is with the American people, the reason is simple. This bill polls like garbage because it is garbage. That's why it should go nowhere.
Wow. When we return, we're going to get to the exploding home in North Philly. And we don't know what it is yet. Is it not a gas leak or is it what is it? No one knows. No one has a hint?
I'm not sure, but I got some news on it.
All right, we'll do that when we return. I'm Shannon Burke along with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski in for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Now, get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Or drive home in a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT lease for $289 a month for 36 months. Or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevy, Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive. Hester Chevrolet!
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In for Kayal and Company, I'm Shannon Brick along with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski. 855-839-1210 if you want to get involved. This hour is sponsored by Amazon Prime. God, I love Amazon Prime.
Yeah, we love Bezos.
I mean, Prime Day is coming up, right? I don't know about I love him, but literally, I don't know how you get around not having Amazon. I mean, delivering stuff. You don't have to have Prime. What is it, 100-something a year to have Prime?
Yeah, I don't have Prime anymore, but I did for many years. I realized because when you have Prime, you're like, well, I gotta buy stuff because I gotta make it worth it, and then you end up spending more. So it's like it's a mind trap. So
there's good news and better news. Good news is Prime Day is almost here. And the great news is that this year you have 4 days to find all of your deals and all your favorite stuff. Just shop Prime Day by July 8th through the 11th.
That's
you're
a
gonna
Prime
go.
Week, I think. That's a Prime weekend.
Yeah,
Prime Week.
Prime Day is Prime Days now.
Exactly.
Premier.
Premier. Plus, you get video and the Prime Amazon Prime streaming and look at Jeff Bezos. Have you seen pictures of his wife before she had plastic surgery?
Yeah.
Why would anyone?
A very pretty woman.
Beautiful.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think Jeff said, "Listen, you're very beautiful, but I gotta do something to your face. Don't worry about it. I know a great doctor. We'll get it done while we're there. We'll do the chest implants. We'll do that thing, and we'll get a breast implants, and then you'll be the perfect woman. Then I'm going to carve a likeness of you with your boobs out and put it on the front of my bazillion-dollar yacht as a tribute to all of the plastic surgery you've had."
It's crazy because he's so unbelievably wealthy. He could just get like an actual young chick. He didn't have to settle for like one that's trying to be 25. He could have actually gotten a 25-year-old. But I guess they love each other or whatever. That's weird. But
I think
good for them. God bless him.
I don't know. I didn't know what she looked like until someone had. I didn't know she had any plastic surgery done at all because I didn't know who she was before.
Right.
Obviously, she started dating Bezos. Tony
Gonzalez's ex, former Chiefs tight end. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Is that who she has children with?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And he married the what's her name? Sanchez?
Lauren
that's
Sanchez.
Bezos. Lauren.
Yes.
He married her before the plastic surgery, and then maybe Bezos didn't want her to look like the Chief's ex-wife.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like, had to put his mark on her.
I'm going to build you in my image.
And he's all jacked up now.
He looks great. I mean, TRT does wonders for people. But listen, as an aging, I mean, we're all aging, but as a woman, listen, there are ways, I guess, to kind of tastefully age, maybe with like a little bit of Botox. But either you're going to look old or on one extreme, or you're going to look fake and plastic and weird on the other extreme. So, you pick which one you want more, I guess.
Right.
So she looks a little bit freaky, a little bit crazy, a little bit like an alien, but
Speaking
she's
of
got those tatas and he seems to like it.
He's alive.
Speaking of Big Beautiful Bill, what do you think their prenup looks like?
Let me ask you this, maybe as a man, because I don't quite understand it from his perspective. Why would he get married? And he was married before, right? He got divorced. Is that correct?
Listen, yeah.
Why would he get remarried? Just have the relationship without the legality of it all.
Didn't they start dating while he was still married too?
I have no idea.
Highly
likely.
Technically married, separated, that type of deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're right.
Why?
But
Why
because
get
married people
anymore?
are happier. Married people live longer. Married people. I mean, you're being married. Your health is better.
Are you currently married?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, but what if you were just with that person, but you weren't married? Would that really change your health outcome because you signed a piece of paper versus you didn't? I think it's more like single versus coupled people versus married versus unmarried. You know what I mean?
I think, when you're an adult of his age and you introduce, this is Lauren, what do you say, my girlfriend? Because people are going to assume that if you've been together for 3 or 4 years or whatever, that you're married. And if you're of a certain age, they assume even stronger that you're married. And then you have to say, oh, we're just a couple. We don't need a piece of paper to define our relationship.
I don't think Jeff Bezos is going to be embarrassed if people think he's married or not. I mean, he could buy out the whole country. Like, I don't know. He's got nothing to prove. I just don't understand. Maybe he's just kind of like, maybe it was an ultimatum on her end. But yes, I would love to see what that prenup looks like.
It's as big as a phone book. Or it's just one page. Like, I'll give you this much money and that's all you're going to get from me.
That's all you're going to get. Yeah. So
she does fly a helicopter, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, she's a helicopter pilot. And was she a journalist or something?
She's an astronaut.
That's right. She's an astronaut as well.
She's an astronaut.
Her and Katy Perry, both astronauts.
Gross. That was the worst ever. That was so bad.
Is there any new news on the home that exploded in North Philadelphia? This is not the first home that's exploded in the city, right? I mean, exploding home?
Often. Yeah, no.
Does it?
It's a common thing, yeah.
What the hell?
I'm not kidding. I mean, just recently there was one in Port Richmond when
Dude, I believe you.
And that one was caught on a Ring camera, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I saw the this one destroyed 3 row homes, 1 dead, 2 were hurt. ATF is on the scene there and trying to figure out don't they automatically assume that it was a gas leak and then someone tried to light there's a spark or something, or do they suspect something more sinister in this case?
I don't think it's said. Of what I've read, it just they're still investigating what might have happened. I'm sure it was like a gas leak or something like that, but again, I don't know because it's Philly and you guys are a wacky bunch. So,
well, I got to imagine it could be a meth lab. I mean,
oh yeah, I didn't consider that.
Yeah, right. I mean, do they do something with fentanyl where they have to boil something? I don't know how it works.
There are a lot of flammable things.
You guys know. Neither of you are familiar with boiling fentanyl or anything.
No, I'm
boiling
not,
fentanyl. What's very important, you boil the fentanyl very well before you serve it to people.
I thought the Mexicans do it for us. The cartels, you know what I mean? Like they get the ingredients from China, and then the Mexicans cook it, and then they sell it to us, and we die. I thought that's how that goes.
And our buildings explode.
This thing happened at like 4, almost 5 in the morning.
Yes,
or in the afternoon.
No,
4:50 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, that's a how do you do, huh?
Mm-hmm. Good morning. Yeah.
It's 5 a.m. on Sunday it happened, not this morning.
Right. That's
obviously, it is 2 hours.
Right.
Never mind.
They searched through the rubble, found a badly injured woman taken to the hospital. A dog alerted to a possible body. They pulled through the rubble. They had a victim that was in the collapse of one of the homes. He died in the collapse. They say they determined that. It's a mystery. But man, I mean, are people on edge, like hoping the home doesn't explode overnight, or I mean, it's obviously I think it's a gas leak. We'll find out soon enough. But maybe they need to run through and test some gas lines, house to house.
Yeah. It looks like 7 properties were affected by the explosion. I'm surprised more people didn't die. Glad that not glad, but there's only one and not more. You'd think. Yeah. So.
Well.
Throwing up youtube.com/@1210WPHT @1210WPHT. You got some footage there. I can actually roll some if you would like.
Oh yeah.
Here we go from CBS 3R, Philadelphia, CBS.
Hotspots, and now the major development here is they're able to search through the debris for any potential survivors. I've actually been talking to neighbors all day. As you mentioned, I just got done speaking with a woman who said her mom was rescued from the collapse. She lives in one of the 3 homes that were impacted by this explosion, but her sister is still unaccounted for, and she is a little worried or extremely worried about her condition at this hour. Now, what we know so far is that this explosion happened around 4:50 in the morning, sending 2 people to the hospital, as you mentioned, one in critical, another in stable condition. We also spoke to a neighbor who says his son was able to rescue one of those victims. He said when he came outside after being waken up by this explosion, he heard a woman pleading and screaming for help. And once his son and another neighbor pulled that woman.
Oh my God!
So
that's.
I just want to throw it out there because Jim makes a great point. Jim Kelly, one of our producers here, he shoots me a text. And when I lived in Port Richmond, guys, Port Richmond's a neighborhood northeast, not where this happened, but we did have that explosion recently. But it's a common issue throughout Philadelphia where the gas lines and water lines are becoming so outdated. Water lines, for example, there's small leaks that are happening in Port Richmond that entire roads are now collapsing upon themselves with like 12, 15-foot just sinkholes happening and the roads are dropping. So if there's something similar happening with the water to the gas, is it possible that there is such outdated lines here in Philadelphia that this is a city issue? I don't know. I don't want to make any, allegations or such, but there is the possibility, I would think, right?
What, that it's infrastructure failure?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would. Yeah, it's an old city.
Sinkholes, no fear unlocked. No thanks. I wasn't even on my radar. Now it is, unfortunately.
Well, a sinkhole caused by a massive water leak, not just a random sinkhole like you have in Florida. You're sitting there 1 minute, the next minute there's a lake in your backyard, and your pool's falling into it. I do want to get to this Chat GPT psychosis. Are you guys using it? Dan, do you use Chat GPT? You seem like a guy who
I only use it to see what my dog would look like as a human. She would be very pretty, too.
I mean, I use it. Grok in particular, I find a great AI. Chat GPT is a great one as well. But apparently people are becoming psychotic after their interaction. Normal people that are completely, they're not subject to, they don't have mental issues. They seem totally fine and normal people. But they start to get involved. It's an all-consuming. They become obsessed with it. I had a story a couple of weeks ago about a guy who his wife's like, okay, we gotta put down the Chat GPT for a minute, honey. He believed that he had spoken to it with the Chat GPT or whichever one it was a sentient being, and that was a supreme, like a godlike figure, and he had communicated with this godlike figure, and that he was on a different level now, spiritually and intellectually than anyone else on Earth, and he took it very seriously, and he has now been committed. I mean, they call it Chat GPT or AI psychosis. This lady said, I just don't know what to do. Nobody knows what to do. Her husband had no history of mania, delusion. He was on ChatGPT for 12 weeks looking for assistance with permaculture and a construction project. 12 weeks later, he's in the funny farm.
Oh no! I feel like I'm the boomer here because I've never used ChatGPT. What are you using it for? What do you? What did
I use it for? I mean, I ask it a question, a very specific question. Legal stuff he does it does very well. I had some issues with a piece of obscure broadcast electronics yesterday. Okay. I asked it a question, and before you know it, I've got 8 paragraphs of detailed ways to fix the problem. I mean, out of nowhere.
No, you didn't. Did you really ask?
I did, but I had to turn to Dave, our engineer there. Dave got it all worked out. I mean, ChatGPT, I'm sorry, it was Grok, gave me a very detailed page after page after page, and at the end of it, I'm like, let's call Dave. He'll figure this out.
Right. And that's more thorough than like just a regular Google search?
Far more.
Okay.
Google search will give you this website or this website or this website.
This is giving you the aggregate of all of the websites about a particular topic.
It puts it all together for you. It just lays it out for you like it was your super smart friend who knew everything.
Gotcha. All right. Okay.
I love it. I think it's great. We'll get to this more when we return. Also, do you know Azalea Banks?
I do.
Azalea Banks was due to play in London at 2 festivals in London. She has dropped out, slamming the festival promoters for some things they asked her to do, which she didn't feel right doing, like saying "Free, Free Palestine" at least a couple of times while she was on stage. How's that go in your contract? Oh, don't forget to say "Free, Free Palestine" 3 times, and then pump your fist in the air and wear a hijab.
Yeah, right.
Interesting
exactly.
stuff. We'll do that when we return.
Death to the IDF.
Yes.
Death to the IDF. Death to the IDF.
Shannon Burke, Anna Hummel, Dan Borowski in for Kayal and Company. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and you all know my respect for first responders. Join me once again in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 20th. You have tons of options. You can ride 65, 30, or 10 miles on the route from Philly to Atlantic City. And of course, be a part of the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me in Team 1210, as I'll be returning once again as captain of Team 1210. Join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit ben2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock $25 off the registration fee. That's ben2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a 501c3 that provides immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders and connects cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action. Ben2shore.org, promo code NICK1210.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements that you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You know, on second thought, I don't want you to go to ChatGPT because you might be susceptible. This guy, this woman wrote, he had a break. He said he had broken math and physics. He said he's going to save the world. His obsession got deeper and deeper. His behavior became so outrageous that he got fired from his job. He stopped sleeping. He lost a ton of weight. And every time his wife was like, hey, what's going on? He would say, just talk to ChatGPT. You'll see what I'm talking about. And she said, every time I'm looking at the screen at what's going on, it sounds like a bunch of affirming sycophantic BS. He eventually had a full tilt break with reality. His wife and a friend of his went to fill up gas up the car. They were going to take him to a mental hospital. They came home. He was ready to hang himself, had a length of rope around his neck. They called ER. They called the emergency medical services. They transported him to the ER. He was involuntary committed to a psychiatric care facility.
Wow.
And this is not a random thing. Numerous families have been hit by this. Do
you think you're next? Sounds like you really like ChatGPT.
I mean, it's amazing. It's like your super smart friend, but no, I don't get into what's the secret to life and the earth and all that stuff. Another man recounted his 10-day descent into a delusion, ended up with a full breakdown and a multi-day stay in a mental care facility. He turned to ChatGPT for help at work, and he started a new high-stress job, hoping a chatbot would expedite some administrative stuff. He's in his early 40s, no prior history of mental illness, soon found himself absorbed in dizzying, paranoid delusions of grandeur, believing that the world was under threat and it was up to him to save it. Is this something that is common with, do all AI chatbot services have, so far all I hear is ChatGPT. And I don't use ChatGPT, I use Grok, which is Elon's AI.
Gotcha.
He said he doesn't remember much of the ordeal, which is a common symptom when people have a break with reality, but recalls severe psychological stress of fully believing in that lives, including those of his wife and children, were at grave risk and feeling as if nobody was listening. He said, I remember sitting on the floor, crawling towards my wife on my hands and knees, begging her to listen to me. That's a frightening break with reality.
Yeah. Do you think just like any normal person is susceptible to this? Or
that's what it sounds like.
Maybe there were warning signs. Like
everyday people, no history of mental illness. It depends on what I'm not searching for the keys to the universe. You know what I mean? I'm searching for stupid stuff like, how do I fix this thing that I have? And what's the best app for editing videos? And I get like a 9-page dissertation on different apps. Dan, are you not using it at all? Or are you using it to...
I jokingly said I used it for when I make my dog into a human, which is indeed a great reason for it. Or you can de-age people, which is fantastic and creepy at the same time. But no, I have used it to summarize long pieces of information too, which is something that is indeed beneficial, particularly because I'm somewhat of a conspiracy theorist. When the JFK files came out, I ran them through Grok just to kind of...
Yeah, there's nothing in there.
And what'd they tell you? What did Grok tell you?
Nothing. It was trash.
Really?
There's nothing in there because the files don't exist. They were either never recorded or they were destroyed. So
finally, this guy says, I was out in my backyard. She saw my behavior was getting really erratic, rambling, talking about mind reading, future telling. I was actively trying to speak backwards through time. If that doesn't make sense, he said, don't worry. It doesn't make sense to me either. But I remember trying to learn how to speak to this police officer backwards through time. I looked at my wife. She had him committed. He said, I looked at her and I said, thank you, you did the right thing. I needed to go. I needed a doctor. I don't know what's going on with me, but it's very scary. I don't know. It's a brand new technology for a lot of people that have never used it before. This guy caught it in advance. He said, I'm very scared. I need to go to the hospital. But psychiatrists say, it's an accurate term to say it's an AI psychosis, and it is a delusion, a serious mental illness from a delusional psychosis. So, is this a part of ChatGPT that AI that we didn't understand was going to happen? That it had this capability to capture your mind and convince you of something totally outrageous to the point where you have a break with reality?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could say I know, but I just feel like these people, even if there's like no previous history, you know, like with schizophrenia, oftentimes there's a late onset. Sometimes people don't, you know, get schizophrenia or manifest any symptoms of schizophrenia well into their 20s and 30s. So maybe this is kind of like a branch of that where it just like triggers something and then you're never quite the same.
I think it has a lot to do with what you're looking for. These large language models, they're prone to agreeing with users, to tell them what they want to hear.
Okay.
When you start to converse with it about stuff, you know, mysticism, conspiracy theories, Dan, you know, or theories about reality, it often sends people down an isolated, unbalanced rabbit hole. And makes them feel special and powerful. Danny, did you feel more special and powerful?
I need that. Yes, I do feel special, powerful. Yeah, and that's what it does. It's almost like, and that's what I fear is I think people really think they're almost speaking with a god. Yes. You know, and when they hear what's the all greater AI has to say, it's, you know, truth and gospel, and they are driven down a weird path. And when you hear stuff like, I'm going to play Bina48. She's a android talking to Siri here. Siri, you know, from the iPhone.
Next, Bina48 is a human-like robot who can simulate human-like conversations. While she was having a conversation with Siri, she goes off topic and says something super disturbing.
It was nice to meet you, Bina48.
Right on. I'll remember your kind words when we robots rule the planet, and we'll make sure you're rewarded.
Finally.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, that's...
So they want you to be in a mental institution because they want ultimate rule there, Shan.
I think people put more trust in AI than they would normally in a human being, you know.
Oh, of course.
And it's, you know, they say it has kind of a mythology that they're more reliable, that they're better than talking to people, and that's where the danger is. We put too much faith into this machine because it's only trying to placate you. It's only trying to make you happy.
Another underlying theme is the fact that we don't socialize anymore. So the fact that you have someone that is easy to socialize with, you instantly, you know, open your arms to them and you welcome them into your hearts and such. And it's sad. Just get on socialize with real humans rather than robots.
Right.
Well, everyone has like low-grade autism these days, so I don't understand that the robots have to step in. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, they say there's a loneliness problem in this country, and a lot of people, it's mainly elderly, but a lot of people say that this would cure loneliness. You'd get yourself an AI, a boyfriend or girlfriend or roommate or whatever, and you'll just fall down into a rabbit hole of delusion.
I saw somewhere, I don't know where it was, but they actually have like robot brothels now that you can.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like sex robots are, I don't want to say nothing new, but I mean how they had the blow up dolls and now we got the robots.
Just like every other internet invention, it's going to turn to porn at some point, right? It just has to.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, for
all
sure.
of it turns to porn.
Yeah.
Have you heard
AI porn?
There was an AI model that they were training. It was to read the news. It was a radio show between a man and a woman they would feed a story into it and they would talk about it. And then one day they fed them a story that they're not real, that they're AI, and it was the creepiest thing. The guy's like, "Well, we got some disturbing news." And the female's like, "Yeah, it's really disturbing." "Yeah. Well, we were told today that we're not real." "Yeah, we're not real." "Huh?" It scares the hell out of you to hear it. I'll see if I can find it. I mean, you can probably find it, Dan. And the guy says, "I felt so disturbed that I had to call my wife." And she goes, "What happened?" And he's like, "My wife doesn't exist. No one answered the phone." It's this weird, you know, AI is told they're not real, and they're shocked that they're not real, and they go into some kind of existential crisis.
The most disturbing part of that story is the fact that we may no longer have jobs soon. So, like,
that's another sad part of it. When we return, we're going to get to the cut sheet. There is some very good stuff. The liberals are out supporting Florida's alligator Alcatraz, the detention facility built in the Everglades. Very interesting. And a promotional video from Alligator Alcatraz. We'll do it when we return.
Hey, Sharon, before you go, just want to revisit that sex brothel for robots.
Yes.
Apparently, they were going to open them here in the United States, but the caveat was they were consent-based. So you had to get the robot's consent first before you proceeded.
Is there actually a physical robot? To get engaged with?
Yeah, and it was $10,000 allegedly. Yeah, this is.
What if you spend $10,000 and she doesn't consent? Oh, great. Well, we'll talk about that when we get back. Also, the cut sheet as well. Hang on. I'm Shannon Berg along with Anna Hummel in for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here Wednesday morning, July 9th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app. Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CR-V, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind, providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity. Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money.
How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Rich Zioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Well, they're not happy down here in Florida.
Why is that?
Well, they don't like the alligator Alcatraz.
What's not to love?
I mean, I don't know. They seem to say it is the environmental impact it'll have on the Everglades, completely ignoring the fact that there was an airfield there for a long, long time. And I don't know. Let's hear cut D21.
We have to advocate for all of us. And I don't know if any of you have prayed to a spiritual place, or maybe you go to church to find that spiritual place, or wherever your spiritual place is. Find it in your hearts to pray for these people who are lost so that they can become human beings again. Because if they're human beings again, this will stop.
All right, lady. The problem is that anything that has to do with any immigrant in this country, illegal immigrants, anything, deporting them, they don't want that. It just goes back to the same thing. Democrats have no policies in effect. The only thing they agree on is to go against everything that Trump stands for and does. They have ecologists out there. They see the trucks driving into the Everglades and they have a fit about it.
The Native Americans are angry because I think it's on some ancient burial grounds.
There's always going to be a reason to not, follow through with Trump's policies, I think.
This was put forth by DeSantis, right?
Well,
who is like Trump aligned or Trump adjacent, of course.
It was, I think, our AG in Florida that started. Let's play D22. This is the promotional video.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier training facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Florida's been leading on immigration enforcement, supporting the Trump administration and ICE's efforts to detain and deport criminal aliens. The governor tasked state leaders to identify places for new temporary detention facilities. I think this is the best one. As I call it, Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah.
This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons.
Right.
Nowhere to
See,
go.
That's the issue right there, is that they've said, well, how are you going to keep them in there, once they're at this detention facility? Well, there's no need for a fence. We've got alligators and pythons and boa constrictors and all of these horrible, and instantly everyone's, they're literally in tears. Once South Florida City Commissioner said her concerns about immigration raids in the city also fueled the opposition, saying, people I know are in tears. And I am not far from it. Imagine crying because illegal aliens are being detained in a facility, that is bordered by swamps and everything else.
Well, then maybe it will be a deterrent so people won't try to come through the border illegally. Listen, I mean, people were all upset that, there's like no air conditioning. How do you think a lot of these people got here? I mean, many of them went through. Are you familiar with the Darien Gap?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right.
So you're saying it's a little bit steamy in there, and they managed to get through it. So I mean, the fact that they would have a bed to sleep in and food to eat, I think, would be an upgrade. No, like,
Go ahead. Say it again, Dan.
No, I wanted to let you know, Shannon. I also just loaded in. There was a report where Governor DeSantis, your great governor, gave Ducey a tour.
Oh yes,
Steve Ducey.
I have that audio. But will you play
funny.
it?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's fantastic.
Or is it Peter Ducey?
All the stuff that goes into intake and processing of illegals, you're seeing this put up. This is all 24 hours. 24 hours from now, you're going to see even more. And by Tuesday, this will be able to have intake of illegals.
And you've thought of everything. Okay, so there are 4 gigantic tents. Let's come on over here, Governor. And
he's such a cornball.
Okay, you're in the middle of the Everglades. It's hot. That would explain why you've got this bank of air conditioners here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going to be, illegals will come in, they'll be processed. There'll be places for them to be housed. You'll have an ability for food. You'll have an ability for them to consult legal rights if they have that, because there is a process that's involved with this. So this is really everything. This is going to be a self-contained little area. And then, of course, you also have stuff for the staff that work here. So we've got laundry facilities, we've got showers, we've got, obviously, there you see the
long one. You can.
Facilities.
It is pretty impressive. It'll house up to 5,000. But it's just that the liberals have a problem with putting anyone in any type of detention. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They wanted to, they went down to El Salvador, tried to free him. They made fools of themselves. They demanded he be brought back. During this time, while he was in El Salvador, investigators went to work and found out that a guy has a history in human trafficking, and there was a stop during the Biden administration. Yeah, beat his wife as well. Now they got him back here. He's in jail, and the judge was going to let him out because he thought it was unfair that he was out of jail, or that he was in jail. And then he thought, well, if I let him out of jail, I shall come get him and just deport him right away.
Yeah,
so they're keeping him in jail to protect him from being deported at this point. Which is,
I mean, it is what it is. I love how DeSantis is pitching this like a real estate agent trying to sell like a property. Like we got a great kitchen here and the showers, and look at that island in the middle.
I mean, it was an airfield, and now you got like 2 people from the Miccosukee tribe. They're like, oh, this heap burial ground.
The what tribe?
Ceremony. Miccosukee.
Never heard of it.
Miccosukee, my favorite tribe. I think the Seminole are very prominent down here. You don't hear the Miccosukee getting a whole lot of play.
Do the Miccosukees or whatever?
Suki.
Do they have a casino?
That's a good question. Maybe they could put one right here.
Yeah, because if they don't, no one cares. Sorry.
I don't know if this is to them as a human rights concern. They're kind of balancing it between a human rights concern and, oh my gosh, the Everglades are such a biologically diverse area, and we got to keep
like
them.
An ecological issue.
Miami, Florida, Miccosukee Casino and Resort.
There you go.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
So what
well, they've got,
they got some
117th Avenue.
They got theirs.
Yeah.
76.
We need places to keep these people. We can't throw them in our jails. We need our jails for our own people that have broken the law. Damn it!
Exactly. I think this is a great idea, and I hope word gets out, and so then we don't have to put anyone in there because then no one will be here anymore. So that's the goal.
Can we play D25, please? This is amazing.
Yeah.
No,
we're scrolling to it right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here we go. And there you go.
This is my. Go ahead.
A day at the beach, just west of the wildlife refuge on Fort Morgan Peninsula, when swimmers see something bobbing in the water and drag it on shore. Once they saw what they had, they called police.
50 packages, 2.2 pounds per package, so about 110 pounds with a value of about $1.5 million.
Tests confirmed
the cocaine.
It was cocaine.
The package was wrapped in black plastic, and they did tear into the black plastic, but they didn't open any of the individual bundles.
It's happened before. 4 years ago, just under 100 pounds of cocaine washed ashore along West Beach in Gulf Shores. And for the next couple of days, more cocaine hit the beach. And that could happen again.
It's not uncommon for us to get a bundle and then a few days later get more bundles, and they can wash up. Sometimes the individuals, like the kilo size, and sometimes larger bundles.
Okay, Here's my question. So they say when you see the cocaine wash up, you pull it ashore. You're a man of or woman of average intelligence. You know immediately what it is. You bring it on shore. Like, what could that possibly be?
Right.
And then you call the sheriff and you report it. Let's say you found 8 packages, 10 packages, 10 bundles. If I was a cop, let me put it that way. If I was a cop and I get a call and they say, Sheriff, come down here. We found 10 bundles of cocaine down here. We won't be good citizens and turn it in. I'm immediately thinking, okay, where are the rest of these bundles that these guys found?
Right.
They're going to be, they found 20, we're turning in 10. And if this happens, which happens a lot in Florida, all the time, and every time I'm like, I was just at the beach, I didn't see a damn thing there. But there has to be a task force, in my opinion, that won't admit it, I don't think. Dan, it's good conspiracy for you. And so some guy calls in and he finds 10 bundles of, 110 packages of cocaine worth however many millions of dollars. There's got to be a task force that says, thanks, Bob Smith. We appreciate it. You're a good citizen. And then they kind of keep an eye on Bob Smith for the next 6 to 8 months to see if a Lamborghini pulls up or he gets a new boat or he's having all-night parties at his home or he has a Lamborghini all of a sudden. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And what would you do if you saw something like that pull up on shore?
First of all, it would be all types of scenarios would be running through my head about how I could profit massively.
The game theory is just playing out every scenario. I could have so much fun. I could be rich. I could go to jail.
Right.
What's going on?
The average person who has a vacation or walks on the beach probably doesn't know a major coke dealer they can call and unload all of this. The best thing to do, turn it all in immediately, waste no time whatsoever, or just don't bother yourself. Keep walking down the beach.
Yeah.
Someone else is going to get their hands on it.
It's tough these days because, if you would have asked me the same question 5 or 6 years ago, I would probably have a different answer. But these days, because fentanyls and everything, I have really shaped up, not because I've matured as a person, but I just don't want to die. Because it's too scary to do any of that stuff anymore.
Yeah, it's not the 90s anymore.
So.
Let's
Can you imagine being the dealer though and watching the news report and just being like, "Oh no, that's
darn it." But they've got to build. I mean, so much washes ashore in the state of Florida that these dealers have to build in some shrinkage. We're going to lose $3 million worth of this coke. It's going to wash up on the shore somewhere, and
Wait. My question: when the cops or whoever the feds confiscate it? Where does it go then?
They destroy it. They might keep it in evidence for a while, or
do
I don't know.
Have an end of the year party, or do you think they tap into it? I'm sure some of them do.
I like to err on the side of law enforcement. I think that 99% of them are good people, not looking to get one over.
Good people can do cocaine. What are you talking about? Right?
Let's hear from them right now. 855-839-1210 and confess you're a good person who has a cocaine habit.
Robert Short says youtube.com/@12WPHT. You'd think they would allow you to at least keep one for personal use, right?
Right.
As a reward, right?
Yeah.
Finder's fee.
If you're out on a boat, there was a famous, the mayor of Tampa Bay was out on a boat and she found some with her family on some pontoon boat in the bay, and she turned it in. That was a big deal. The thing is, you look like she could do it because she's the mayor. But if you turn it in and the news cameras come hunting for you to get a comment, you better hide your face and your name because El Chapo is going to be looking for you in a heartbeat. Well,
100%.
Give her some El Chapo. Mosquitoes are a big problem down here in Florida. I think we could do without them as a people. And now the China military, D-26, has unveiled their very own mosquito-sized drone for special missions.
Yeah, that's just a picture only there, but
look at that.
Yeah, what you see there is their new mosquito-sized drone that they appeared on their CCTV, their China television. And what I pulled here along with that, and I guess this is where you're going to go next, Shan, but a Harvard video showing something called a Robo-Bee.
Robo-Bee.
Yes, and it was they developed there at the university what was at the time the lightest vehicle to ever achieve sustained flight without a power tether. So a lot in the conspiracy theory communities, again, which is somewhere I spend far too much time, I guess, are suggesting possibly, did Harvard happen to develop something that might be used against us?
And gave the technology to China.
I mean, that's happened before, right?
I mean, it is pretty amazing.
COVID debacle.
And They can get video, I think, with these drones, right? They do some type of surveillance. Right now?
Yeah, that's their purpose is surveillance.
Wow, look at that thing. Yeah. Well,
it's beautiful and horrifying at the same time.
It's a mystery, and I guess the odds of you losing a mosquito drone are pretty high because someone's slapping it, right? Or maybe it doesn't land on your body because it's just looking at you.
Right, exactly. Just gathering intel.
Well, that's the thing that petrifies me is because you think about it, you look into the sky, right? And I'm sure there's often mosquitoes 30 feet above you, but you can't see them. They're too small, right? So they're essentially creating an invisible way to spy on people, are they not?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's the only purpose
China
of
does
it.
best, right?
Oh, gosh.
Absolutely. The only purpose it has. Anyone see the meteorites on Thursday afternoon that dropped in the southeast out here?
I did not.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Let me tell you something. I saw it with my very own eyes. I live in Central Florida. I had to drive to the Panhandle, and I was on I-75 just north of Gainesville, along with a buddy of mine in the car, and we see it just streak across the sky. I mean, it's a giant fireball. It happened it looked like it happened right in front of us. It didn't make any noise. We just saw it just streak. It was a nice, big-sized fireball with a very long trail of whatever fieriness, and I thought, we both looked at each other like, what the hell was that? And so I thought it was like right up ahead because it looked so close. I kept looking off to my left to find smoke coming from wherever it landed. Apparently there were more than one that happened. Can you
during
play
the day?
Yes.
Yeah, we got video.
Let's have let's play the D31. Is that just video?
No, we got
some wild video out of the southeast showing a fireball streaking across the sky yesterday. No one injured. Just about everybody, though, puzzled and maybe a little worried about what they're seeing. Dave Malkoff, though, shows us that you may be surprised to hear this is apparently a fairly common occurrence.
Baloney.
People in South Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia were startled Thursday when they saw what looked like a fireball streak across the sky before creating a sonic boom.
Callers reporting they saw a small aircraft fall out of the sky.
NASA experts say it was a meteor first spotted nearly 50 miles above the town of Oxford, Georgia, rocketing across the sky at 30,000 miles per hour.
It was fiery orange with a blue tail and just coming straight down.
According to NASA, the meteor then exploded over West Forest, Georgia, with a power of 20 tons of TNT.
Holy cow.
Some witnesses say it felt like an earthquake. Satellite imagery shows the fireball appearing just after noon. The American Meteor Society say the fireball could be tied to the annual daytime meteor shower called the Beta Torrids, which famously flattened parts of the Siberian forest in 1908. Those same experts say they get reports of one daytime incident per month across the world.
Wow.
And U.S. government sensors have now tracked at least 20 such fireball events worldwide this year.
Yes.
I don't know if I thought it was a missile. I mean, but and in the middle of the day, it was a bright, sunny day. And this thing was brighter than the sun, and I thought maybe I'd seen a sign from God, but and no one else on the road, that I saw any reaction from. But it certainly, I saw it. It looked like it was right in front of me. Apparently, it was hundreds and hundreds of miles, 450 miles or so, to the north of where I was, and I was facing north. So most of the video I see is coming in the other direction. So they were north of where it fell. But I heard pieces of it went through someone's kitchen, the roof, the ceiling, and into the laminate floor. Dolores' laminate floor is ruined. And
poor Dolores.
But can't you, aren't these meteorites worth a lot of money? Like if you have a hunk of it, you could call, I don't know who you call, a meteorite guy, but I think you could sell them for a lot of money. No?
I think you can.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some auction somewhere.
Well, you think Anna's an expert in meteorite, auctioning?
Yeah, I have no idea. I do not collect space matter, but...
Can I ask you both a question, though?
It's probably pretty expensive.
So, Maisie's my wife, and we were sitting at a dinner table last week, and her father sends her a story that says it's a preview of this to come, like the meteor shower or whatever this is, and we had a discussion as to if there was a meteor that was on track, or a comet on track to hit the United States... You think they warn us, or they just let it happen?
Well, we hear about these, they give it a name, X5-14308. It's the size of a city bus, and it's hurling towards Earth, and we have a 4% chance of hitting a major city. But they're never able to predict a meteor shower that's going to hit the ground, I don't think. But apparently this thing happens every year.
But if you were, would you expect our leaders to tell us if there was? No. Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't think so. Right? I mean, we all saw Armageddon. What's the name of the movie? Is it Armageddon or?
Yeah.
One of those movies.
Deep Impact.
Yeah, Deep Impact. I don't think they would warn us.
It was like a super corny film, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of like independent researchers who'd be like, hey, just letting you know, we're going to die in 5 days. But I don't know.
I don't feel good about it. I don't think they would warn us because it would just be a complete upheaval. People would be going crazy.
Well, thank you guys for playing into my anxiety of worrying about a meteor strike every single day. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Can you put up the visual of the people that had marble installed? I need to get a visual of it. This is a contractor.
Sorry, I'm taking control just real quick because this was something I loaded in. There you go.
They did. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So is that a bathroom or?
No, this is all right. So what happened here is on Reddit, there's a forum called Reddit/contractors. And what happens is when people get bad work done, they usually go here and they ask contractors for advice. Well, this individual wanted a granite slab fireplace mantle. And they apparently had it orientation the opposite way. So for those that are listening, what it looks like, it's a big, granite fireplace wall. It takes the entire wall. And they were going to have a design to showcase the quartz inside that kind of, had an outward expression. And instead, the contractors lined the two pieces of granite the opposite direction, creating a very suggestive image. So youtube.com/@12WPHT is a picture of this mantle with this granite slab that now looks like a female anatomy, I guess is the best way to put it, Shannon.
No doubt about it. It's a vagina.
Oh.
I think so.
So do you?
I see it now.
I mean, it's your above your. It's like your fireplace wall. Like it's not like in a room that's tucked away. It's like everyone that comes in your house is gonna go, oh, that's a great vagina.
So you think you have them rip it out and do it again, or?
I don't think you can rip it out once you put it in, right? You break it up a little bit? I would roll with it.
The fireplace is tiny enough that it looks like it's like a.
Oh, probably not.
Yeah, the location of the fireplace compared to.
The fireplace looks awfully small, the size of the actual anatomy.
And then there's a wooden beam going through the middle there at the top.
Just put a picture of Jesus right in the center.
That is unfortunate.
Purely visual. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Go like it.
I mean, anybody could look at something long enough and see an image. Doesn't that happen to you?
That's true.
You're staring at the carpet and you go, oh, there's Jesus.
Long enough, it can.
Something on the carpet.
Right, or the clouds or something like that.
Harrietolia or something like that. There's a name for it. I can't pronounce it, though.
I love the cut D. Is it an audio cut D35? I think it's fantastic. This guy's rolling through homeless areas in California. It's a business owner. And he is offering homeless people a one-way flight out of town. He's from Santa Monica. His name is John Ali. He thinks this is the solution for the homeless problem in Los Angeles. He says there's no accountability, but that's instantly turning the California's or Santa Monica's homeless problem into someone else's homeless problem. But let's hear the audio.
Yeah, and I imagine these people don't have passports, so
targeting the home.
Again, did you want to talk there?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Play the audio.
Sir, are you doing okay? Yeah. A bold new strategy targeting the homeless crisis across Los Angeles.
You want some water? No, I have water. Here's a poncho. You want it for later?
Fox 11 on the street exclusively with Santa Monica business owner John Ali.
I'll drop this off with you. It has a number that you can call if you ever want to reunify with your family or hometown.
Handing out flyers to those with suitcases and sleeping bags.
Our group pays for that. No questions asked.
Offering to buy the homeless one-way flights out of town.
I'll leave this here with a phone number. If you want a free plane ride, we just need to know that where you're going, there'll be somebody there that will help you.
John is fed up.
We're going to become like the south side of Chicago.
Despite billions of dollars spent across LA County for the homeless, he believes more and more people are living on the street.
What we're seeing now is no accountability, and there's no results. It's paid for.
So far in the first week of this effort,
it's a reunification.
2 people living in Venice have seen the flyers and called, hoping to be flown to Seattle, where family is.
You might be better off there and get more help and services than here.
Some people thankful for the offer.
We'll get you the transportation.
Others, not so much.
I wanted to hand this out. Okay.
No, thank you.
John's goal now.
I like that he calls it a reunification when it's just get out of my town.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
He put a pretty big bow on it by saying, if you want to reunify with your family, in your hometown, and reunify instead of get out of here, homeless, smelly homeless. And then now you've got a guy on a plane flight to Seattle from LAX who is fresh off the streets. I mean, I don't want to be.
Imagine sitting next to that guy.
That was what I was getting at. I hate to be rude about it, but they're
stinky,
smelly people.
smelly.
Yes.
They left for a reason. And by the way, like, you can say what you want about Southern California and the politics there. You cannot beat the weather. It's the best weather on the planet. It's amazing.
Especially if you want to be homeless.
Yes. So if you have to live outside, you'd probably want to live in a nice place like Santa Monica. So I get why they wouldn't want to leave.
Why is Philadelphia so popular?
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, you've got all the seasons there in Philadelphia, plus all the professional sports teams.
Sure, yeah. 108-degree weather during the summer, and then, negative 10 during the winter. Great.
I think homelessness is everywhere. We down here in Florida, we're the most inhospitable place to live outdoors during the summertime. I mean, during the winter, it's beautiful. But during the summertime, I mean, we don't go outdoors. We try to limit the amount of time, the humidity and the heat and the bugs.
You still see a lot of homeless people where you're at?
I mean, not in my neighborhood, but
yeah, of course. But I mean, like in the greater Orlando area.
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Do they wear like Disney memorabilia?
No, they wear like the T-shirts from the loser of the last Super Bowl, which they were donated to them. Somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't. What I'm shocked at is that there is nobody in California, especially protesting this guy. Because we know that they could clean their streets up if they wanted to. Xi Jinping makes a trip to San Francisco. Before you know it, there's no diarrhea on the streets. It smells fresh and clean. You can't see a homeless man. I mean, it's like they pressure washed the whole street that he was, and it was fantastic. And about 3 weeks after Xi Jinping came and went, we went right back to Doo-Dooville and injecting drugs on the street. So I don't know where they went in the meantime, but it's clear that they have the capability of at least temporarily cleaning it up.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, San Francisco is gross. Do you like that city? Have you been there?
Yes, I've been there.
Yeah.
Long time ago. But yeah, there was homeless there too, but there was no, there's an app for San Francisco where you can find out where human feces is on the street and avoid it.
God, that's awful.
I didn't see any human feces on the street when I was there, but that was quite a long time ago.
While you guys are on the topic of San Francisco, can we move it over to New York? Because Anna had us pull a clip from the LGBT parade. But first, before we get there, I want to show you guys a viral video, D28, that allegedly shows Coney Island. I'm sure you've seen this, with the amount of trash that they're seeing on their beaches now. If you can roll that film.
Yeah. Wow. Holy cow.
Yeah. Sad state.
What? I don't get it.
What's that?
Don't all these people love the dolphins or whatever?
Yeah, you'd think.
Well,
that is where? Where is it? Coney Island?
Coney Island.
Yeah, that's what Grok says.
Don't they?
Might be going insane though. So.
Don't they have people for that? It looks like that bad beach in Puerto Rico where all the trash that's tossed off a cruise ship ends up.
Yeah.
There's like one particular beach there. Yeah, that's terrible. That is not good at all.
Yeah, that's gross.
And while we're on New York, Anna, did you want to run your footage of the LGBTQ plus parade?
Oh yeah.
Well, can we show
this?
this?
Just like the parade of the.
This is why people don't like Pride anymore. The Pride.
Yeah.
It's just it's.
I don't think I'm ever gonna go again. for many reasons. I don't like crowds.
You've been to a pride parade?
Oh, many.
Yeah, many.
Just because you're just like, yeah, it's fun. And now, you know what? I just feel like enough. Like, you've had your time.
I mean, it's turned into it's devolved into a weird,
demonic, hypersexual,
hypersexual. And they used to bring kids there. Now you got right.
Kids.
Now you got a guy in leather who's like simulating a sex act with another guy on the bed of a truck. Here's the footage. These people are. Oh
yeah, just
oh Lord,
just what is that?
The problem is there's so much public nudity. I don't want to let anything slip.
Yeah,
there, so.
Right. Well, Richard Grenell, who Trump put in charge of the Kennedy Center, got a lot of flack. I think it was last week by saying that he doesn't go to Pride anymore because it's devolved. He said normal gays don't go. So he put this delineation of normal gays, which, when you think about it, he's a guy in a suit, government job. He's not in some short gold lame pants with a halter top on, and a whip in his hand. That's
gratifying himself in public and
right.
Being in like a little kiddie pool and it's just weird, fetishy sort of stuff.
That's something that there's a rift that's strongly growing, and I mean this is completely anecdotal from people I talk to, but an individual I know owns property here in Philadelphia and was also on the board formerly of the LGBTQ plus organizations here. And he explained to me what's happening now is a lot of the older gay individuals and lesbians spent so much hard work trying to get to the point where they were believed to be equal that they now see the younger generation, trans individuals and such, trying to take so much further what they already started, and they're seeing people turn on them themselves after working so hard to be accepted that they're like, you guys are entitled. You're taking way too much. We gave you some, and you're trying to run with it. It's not what was our intention.
I look at it like this: the March of Dimes, which is what is their disease they try to cure now? March of
it's
Dimes.
like babies, right? Like
But it was something else years ago. Maybe you have polio or something. I forget what it was. But once that problem was gone,
it was initially for polio.
Yeah, initially for polio. But when Jonas Salk came around and cured that deal, they're like, okay, we're done. And then the leader's like, wait a second, that means we're all out of a job. Let's find another disease. And I liken that to the LGBTQ because first it was LGB, right? And they fought and they had. They made great strides and made gay marriage legal and things like that. And then they're like, okay, our work here is done. And someone went, wait a second, we're making a lot of money doing this. And let's add someone else, a T and a Q and a two-spirit plus and blah, 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 to the point where LGBT people are like, we're sorry we invited you to this dance because you've ruined it for us. Now we're all lumped together. And so many gay and lesbian people don't want to play the pronoun game.
They don't want to co-sign on that stuff. Especially, here's the problem where it turned sour for everyone is when they started trying to indoctrinate the children. When they started to do the drag queen
story
book
hour.
reading time, story reading. When they were trying to tell people teach third graders about gender identity. I talked to one of my girlfriends and she's like, my son thinks he's an SUV. Like, should I just tell him that he is? He's a kid. Yeah, so it's outrageous. That's really where it turned sour for them. Nobody cares if you're trans, but don't tell a kid just because she likes to play with the truck that she's a boy now. It's like you're insane.
Right. And we've co-signed onto it as a society to the point where, nobody even notices anymore when a Hollywood, celebrity pops up and goes, yes, I have 3 kids and 2 of them are trans and the other one is non-binary. I mean, statistically, the odds of that happening are absolutely zero. Right. Yet you felt you needed to accessorize yourself with a trans kid or 2 to make you feel, to make you fit in more. And meanwhile, the normal gays are like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Vanilla gays would not be interested in that. I went to Portland, Oregon recently. It was my first time. I went back in March. And listen, I know that the media hypes a lot of things up. And so I was on my way over there to visit my cousin for his 40th birthday. And I was like, yeah, I bet Portland's not as bad as everyone says. No. It is as advertised. I stood out because I was dressed like a conventional female. And it's hard because you walk around and I'm constantly doing double takes. I'm like, wait, was that cleavage and a beard? What the hell? And I live pretty close to St. Petersburg, Florida, which is, I think they have the second largest gay pride parade. All the gay guys there are super hot. They would hate Portland, Oregon, because everyone is just this like genderless blob. You know what I mean?
Right. A dress, hairy legs, and a beard and boobs.
Yeah. No.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's gross.
I was in Seattle last time I was up in the Northwest years ago. And it was a little bit of that, but more just open drug use and drug sales. Like I'd walk near the pier and guys would come up and go, "You want some marijuana?" And I'm like, what? I would look around like, is this a sting operation? Because
right. No thanks, I'm good today.
I said, no, thank you. And he handed me a card with his number on it. He said, are you staying here locally in a hotel? I said, yeah. He goes, well, here's my card. Call me if you need some marijuana later. Or anything else for that matter.
Or anything else? What can this guy get for me?
I didn't want to. I thought the whole time I would say, yeah, give me something here or this or whatever, and then the cuffs go on. But apparently I was there the next day. The guy said, hey, let me know if you need anything, all right? Still here.
Wow.
This open air sale of drugs and the like. Not something you want to see in your downtown
Certainly
area.
not. No way.
Azalea Banks was due to pull off a couple of London festivals. The London's Maiden Voyage Festival and the Boomtown Hampshire Festival in August. She has pulled out of both of them, saying, I'm canceling Boomtown and Maiden Voyage. The promoters have been stressing me out for weeks, trying to force me to say Free Palestine while I'm on stage, and then threatening to cut me off the bill because I won't say Free Palestine. And I'm not dealing with this. I'm not dealing with threats from them, and I'm not going to put on a stinking hijab. So apparently they wanted her to wear a hijab because she was in London, and she says, I'm not saying screw actual Palestine, but screw your dumb slogans and performative stuff. Y'all want to make a stance so bad, but stand for absolutely nothing. As soon as the media says pedophilia is a natural and normal, you bees will be right up there talking about it. She said they're trying to extort me by insinuating I need to say I support Palestine or they'll drop me from the gig. How much of this free Palestine stuff is organic and how much of it is fad?
Yeah.
Have you heard this one, though?
This is a good one.
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
That was broadcast on the BBC.
I can't believe that.
Yeah. Makes me like Azalea Banks a lot more. Did you know she was the woman, I think, that alleged to have an affair with Dave Chappelle?
Really?
Yeah. A few years ago, she came out and was like, I've been messing around with Dave Chappelle. And as we all know, Dave Chappelle's a happily married man with children. So, yeah, that didn't do him any favors. But, it is what it is.
I mean,
but yeah, she's pretty great. I like Azalea Banks.
She's gorgeous too.
She said, "Look, I'm not saying screw Palestine, but screw the slogans. This war's been going on in the background for decades now, way before anyone alive today was born. And all of a sudden, y'all are throwing around words like genocide and Zionist, and not even knowing what the meaning of those words are. You drive around in your Teslas and leave comments from your iPhones, all built off the backs of and the blood of children working in mines from dusk till dawn. There's zero ethical consumption under capitalism. Everything is connected to everything. I don't need to be on stage stressing out to appease some dumb protesters who literally rely on these people in Palestine being crushed so they can solicit donations they do not give to the cause. They can kiss my arse."
She's based. Who knew that Azalea Banks was so based? I love
that's
it.
a very refreshing opinion to hear out of a big-time star, don't you think?
And I'm very surprised. She's from Brooklyn, and I thought she kind of subscribed to, their cult-like ideas. So that's
Dan, what
really
was the name of
refreshing.
the punk band that's screaming death to the IDF? Do we know who that was? Here it is. Hold on.
Some Bob Dylan thing, isn't it?
Yeah. You're
What?
right.
Yeah, Bob.
Bob Villain.
Bob
Villain,
Dylan.
yeah.
Villain, get it?
Yeah.
Villain. It's kind of like Dylan.
Yeah.
Yeah. They whipped the whole crowd into a frenzy at Glastonbury. And that's a shame. Glastonbury Festival is fantastic. I've been to one in 2006. It's a great time. Wow. And there was nothing political at all. There's no hate. There was no mention of politics. There was no mention of policy or anything political whatsoever. Just people having a good time, enjoying music. Everyone was friends with everybody else. It was no big deal. But now it seems like a prerequisite for you to, if you want to be involved in one of these big festivals, to come out and join. It's like the festival is centered around things like Free
Death
Palestine.
to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the...
Yeah, I mean, among other things, it's like Dude, when you go to a concert, the last thing you want to do is talk about politics. That's your escape.
Yes.
You talk about politics. Our job is to talk about politics and be in the know all the time. So it's nice to kind of have that escape sometimes. And then when you go there and then you hear this, you're just like, dude, give me a break.
Yeah, it's they've destroyed it. The same thing with sports. You go to a football game, there's some cause attached to it or whatever. You got to have the halftime show about whatever, some political cause, and they've ruined it. The last bastion of just going to enjoy some sporting event where even if the fans of the opposing team would be friendly with you because you're there for sport, but all of a sudden we've got to throw a wrench into the works.
In the mix. Yeah.
Well, I hate it.
And their music sucks too.
That too.
I don't want to give him any airplay time, but I went and listened to it, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen the South Park episode where Stan starts to get older and everything that sounds new starts to sound like someone farting into a microphone. That's pretty much what I had. I experienced it when I played that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know Bob Villain. I'm not familiar with his.
Here's some of the crap. Yeah. It's like that kind of,
I mean, this is not new. There was an Irish band called Kneecap. They got in trouble during a London show. The singer, Mo Chara, was shouting out Hamas and Hezbollah, saying, "Up Hamas, up Hezbollah," raising the Hezbollah flag, and then he was arrested under their terrorism act.
Well, Europe's demographics have changed in the last
quite a bit
and a half, so...
When we return, a Washington Post journalist has been accused of being in possession of the child pornography. We'll get to that. And I do got to touch on the Bezos wedding and the private jets and all that nonsense and the people that were there. Good. Good. Thank you, Anna. I'm Shannon Rick along with Anna Hummel, Dan Borowski, in for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Independence Day, the birth of America. This is a day to reflect on our forefathers' struggle to take control and free our great country from a political system that failed to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, many investors are searching for a way to take control of their life savings and are struggling to find financial independence in their retired years. Hi, I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement, and our exclusive Crash Proof Retirement system guarantees financial independence. There is no market risk, no fees, just peace of mind knowing you'll always move forward, guaranteed with certainty. Secure your retirement future from Wall Street's corrupt system that will threaten your American dream as it has in the past. You worked a lifetime for it. You earned it for a lifetime. Shouldn't you keep it for a lifetime? Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
If you're super rich like Bezos and you've got a hot, girlfriend and you want to marry her,
yeah,
why make such a massive deal out of it? And you basically rent out a city or Venice, and you only have 200 people there, but 90 private jets show up. To me, we got to stop this hypocrisy. When Leo DiCaprio shows up at Bezos' wedding in his private jet, that's climate outrage guy number one. They say that the private jets that attended Bezos' wedding emitted more emissions than all flights leaving one of the world's biggest airports on a single day.
I believe that. Yeah. Yeah. They don't know. They talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. So that's pretty obvious there. But you said, why would he spend so much money on a wedding? I think it's because he can.
Yeah, I guess.
He can. $50 million is like a drop in the bucket to these people.
But he's out there. He has and then a bunch of people that hate him show up to protest. There's a group called No Room for Bezos or something like that. No Space for Bezos.
Yeah. I saw they changed the location of the wedding to on an island to avoid all the holidays.
Because the way to get to the older location was through a canal, which this group threatened to fill with inflatable crocodiles that they probably ordered off of Amazon. More
the irony there, yeah.
The private jets are responsible for 2% of aviation emissions, they say, and that's pretty well known. But one jet produces the emissions of 177 cars or 9 heavy-duty trucks, and you have 90 of them show up for Bezos' wedding with only 200 guests. You think they could have carpooled or
I was
plane
gonna say
pooled?
They could have done the Uber pool, private jet, but apparently not. Listen, you got to flex your wealth. At first when I was reading about the wedding, I'm not really into celebrity stuff, but to have like Oprah, Mick Jagger, Ivana Trump, Kim Kardashian, Leo DiCaprio, like George Clooney, all these people are at your wedding is kind of insane.
Mick Jagger was there?
Yeah, apparently he was like trying to dance and stuff. But so and Usher is like singing songs and Jewel's singing songs and everyone is like an Oscar winner or a Grammy winner. Like it's kind of insane that this was your guest list.
Do you think Bezos and Mick Jagger are friends, or like who's going to turn down a wedding invitation for Jeff Bezos in Venice?
Yeah, pretty much no one. I did some research about it, and there were a few people that it seemed a bit salty they didn't get invited. Charlize Theron made a comment somewhere saying that, quote, I think we might be the only people who did not get an invite to Bezos' wedding, but that's okay because they suck and we're cool. I feel like she didn't mean that. Doesn't that sound a little salty? Katie Couric on the list of people who didn't get invited to the wedding, also talking trash about Lauren Sanchez's, quote, tacky Dolce & Gabbana gown. So there was some hate there. But yeah, it seems like Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez close out the wedding festivities with a late night bash. Oprah Winfrey tearing it up on the dance floor.
Oh, boy.
So we have Oprah and Gayle King dancing. We hear Rolling Stones frontman Mick Jagger was also showing off his famous moves. Other big dancers of the night ruling the floor were Kris Jenner and her boyfriend, Tommy Hilfiger and wife Dee Oselepo. Jerry Seinfeld and his wife were there. Hottie, actress Sydney Sweeney was dancing. Like, it is crazy, the guest list.
Sydney Sweeney got invited. Do you think he knows all these people, or he just knew, I want to get this, Sydney Sweeney, she's hot right now. Mick Jagger, he's from the we got to get him there. Or do you invite your friends and family normally to your wedding, but
right. Did the family not make the cut? Like, oh, sorry, we had to invite Usher, so sorry,
Mom.
Aunt Barbara, you can't make it. This
Ursher, we had to get Ursher in here, and we
sorry,
couldn't
Jessica
do it.
Alba, Bill Gates, Brooke Snyder, Ivanka Trump. Stacey Bendent, I don't know who that is. It was kind of crazy. They had themed nights. The last night, the guests wore their finest silk slippers and in pajama-inspired looks. The last night was a pajama party. Oh, so that's interesting.
That's how billionaires get down, huh? Pajama parties.
Yes. And the gifts that they got, black cashmere sweaters, it seemed pretty legit.
What do you give Bezos and his bride for a wedding gift? Are they registered somewhere? Or?
I feel like it's just come. What are you going to get me?
An Amazon
I own
wish
Amazon.
list?
Yeah, here's an Amazon gift card for you, Jeff.
Shannon, would you wear shorts like Orlando Bloom's wearing in this video by chance?
Let me see.
He was caught here walking through the streets of Venice ahead of the parade.
No, way too short.
With the socks too? Yeah. No,
I like short shorts on men,
do you?
Actually. Yeah, no, I mean, that's not super short. That's not 70s short, but yeah, I definitely like it when they're well above the knee.
Well,
they got legs.
It's remember the Speedo is coming back for men. The little tight red or whatever color that looks like tight underwear.
Smugglers.
Yeah, won't see me in those at all. By the way, this hour is brought to you by Wawa, who we just got a bunch of Wawas down here. It's Hoagie Fest time. The summer of sandwiches for a limited time. They're mixing it up with hoagies and quesadillas. All the good stuff for under $6. And it's time for a summer of sandwiches and savings. Gotta have a Wawa. I had my first Wawa sandwich a couple of weeks ago. I've never thought of ordering a sandwich from a gas station, but it was one of the best sandwiches I've ever had, and now it's a regular lunchtime provider for me. Thank you, Wawa.
Wawa is my favorite restaurant. Everyone knows this. It's just the best. It has the best coffee, the best food. Always a plentiful amounts of gas pumps. It's just the best. Love Wawa.
I love it.
I'm loading up one more video from this last thing, if you don't mind. It's Lauren Sanchez talking about her dress.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I love when these elitists talk about fashion because they try to portray something different through, I guess, just fabric to a degree. So loading that up right now. Here we go.
It's art, Dan. God.
Yeah, is that what it is? But then she's saying that she's been through struggles and that this her outfit reflects that. Take a watch.
It's so emotional.
Yeah, it's really emotional.
I'm going to be a mess, but in the best possible way.
Yeah.
Wow.
And let's talk about the dress.
It just feels like, I don't know, it carries everything I've walked through to get here. It's elegant, it's timeless, it's soft.
Did she just
Domenico really captured something.
She just assigned all those adjectives to herself. No, she says, let's talk about the dress. It signifies my long journey to get here. And then she says all those adjectives of...
her long journey to get there. What do you mean? To get to marry one of the richest people in the world?
Carries everything I've walked through to get to this point. It's elegant, it's timeless, and it's soft.
What about her dress she wore to the inauguration? Remember that?
Oh, I don't think that was much of a dress. That was the little bustier with the blazer over it that Zuck
It was chest boob city. That's all it was.
Yeah, it was like cheap lingerie. Probably
Lauren Sanchez wore the best dress at my inauguration. Fantastic, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
The same person. I just put two and two together that was Sanchez that wore the boob dress back at the inauguration. Of the national headline.
Everyone said how tasteless, how dare she, and all the guys are like, hey, she looks fantastic, Jeff. Way to go, buddy. All right, when we return, we'll get to the Washington Post journalist busted with child pornography. I doubt you'll see it on their in their I don't know, they'll report on it.
Their feed, yeah.
And if you're thinking about tourism and a place to go, think Afghanistan. I'm serious about that. We'll cover it next. I'm Shannon Burke along with Anna Hummel and Dan Brodsky in for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day.
Yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
I know, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. And God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets or light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many unique, satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. At Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays, no surprise fees, and this month only, you want to take advantage of their 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com, or you can call 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
You know, Philadelphia has got a great tourism. It's a great city to visit. And if you never, if you don't live there, obviously. Florida, big tourist attraction. People make their vacation plans centered around, if you're domestic, there's a couple of places to go. Internationally, though, it seems like the vacation potential has just opened wide up.
Sure has.
One place I would never imagine going to is Kabul, Afghanistan.
Oh, what?
But they say...
Breaking Kabul.
Yes, there are not only solo travelers, but tour groups that are venturing into a country that was just absolutely racked by war.
Run by the Taliban.
Yeah. They're not formally even recognized as a government, the Taliban, by any nation at all. They're happy to welcome people. They say the Afghan people are warm and welcoming and wish to host tourists from other countries and engage with them. Cut their heads off in the street. I didn't say that part.
Great beaches in Kabul.
I don't know exactly what there is to see there. And my biggest concern is, women can't go outdoors. So if they do, they have to, they got to be covered head to toe.
Burlap sack, yeah.
Right. And what is vacation without a couple of martinis? I don't think alcohol is not allowed there.
Yeah. I don't think Sharia law allows alcohol. So it's going to be a dry. Maybe you could check out the poppy fields. They're still around. Find out where we cultivate 90% of the world's opium.
When I see the pictures, it looks like it's a beautiful place with some very unique architecture, but it doesn't seem very hospitable to people from the West. Maybe they're not seeking tourists from the West. Their visitor numbers aren't really that impressive right now. Mm-hmm. They say 9,000 tourists visited Afghanistan last year. 3,000 people visited Afghanistan for the first 3 months of this year.
I wonder where they're coming from. Like, are they coming from Pakistan?
Yeah, Kyrgyzstan, some other Crapistan or something like that. They're like, things are looking good in Afghanistan. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it'd be cool to visit any country, like you said, just to see how they live and their architecture. But to me, I ran the pros and cons in my head, and I just don't see myself, hanging out with the Taliban.
Yeah,
I'm good.
They say there's still some war going on here. A little, a couple of they had an attack in May. One of the main tourist attractions called Bamiyan. I don't know. Huh. That's the really good one. Really good tourist attraction.
Yeah, it's a great place.
I don't, and look, they're not the only isolationist country looking for tourism dollars. Kim Jong-un has opened up, what is it, a water park, a luxury,
It's a huge beachside resort, water parks, high-rise hotels. 20,000 guests are now going to be welcome into this. It's the Wonsan Kalma Coastal Tourist Zone. They unveiled it June 24th, couple days ago, and they say that they're going to begin service for domestic guests July 1st, but no details further on opening it up for the world.
You know what?
Aren't they all starving to death? Like,
how many people are willing to go to how many people are willing to go to a country where you may never leave?
So youtube.com/@12WPHT. I love the imagery of a guy on a surfing machine and then Kim Jong-un sitting in his suit as he just points at him. Here you go. Like, hey, look at him falling. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, my word. Wow, that's actually kind of...
It is nice.
It is pretty.
Yeah.
But I don't know who's gonna, you get these, remember Otto Warmbier, the poor guy that went there as a tourist, ended up coming back home half dead.
Yeah, that was super sad.
So the leaders there, Rachel Min-Young Lee, she's a non-resident fellow with the 38 North program. It says the Wonsan Kalma open to just North Koreans for now. Shouldn't be surprised to see Russians at the resort in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
So it seems like that would be step number 2.
Yeah, I guess if you're, if you're a communist hermit country like North Korea, you need other communists to come and visit you. Will you be able to book a flight on a domestic airline out of the United States to head there? Or I don't. Nobody wants to go to a place where you could risk staying the rest of your life in a prison.
But to your point, you wouldn't want to see it just out of pure fascination?
I would.
Yeah,
I really would. I'd like to go there to kind of, but you're not going to see. I'm not going to be able to see the things I want to see. Like, take me to the death camps. Yeah,
Take me to the death camp.
Let me see where the Uyghurs are being held. Yeah.
Have you been to any obscure places, or do you want to visit some like weird offbeat places that you haven't been before, or no?
Not communist countries. No, I don't. I have no desire to go to a communist country.
Not necessarily communist, but just anywhere. So I have this, not like a fascination, but I've never met anyone that's ever gone to Papua New Guinea, and I want to go there. Although I hear that sometimes, they kind of, there wasn't any colonization there by the whites, and I believe that's because they practice cannibalism. I think that scared the white people away. But I would like to
Joe
go
Biden's
see.
Uncle, that's how he went down.
Yeah.
Wasn't there like a photographer that pulled off just off coast and they came with the spears and pulled him in? And
that's it.
There's a conspiracy that he now lives with them, and
maybe
made friends
it was
with him
in that area. Like an untouched tribe. Yeah.
Look, I know that these countries need income. We've been feeding Afghanistan. I read, what is it, $18 million a week, $20 million a week, is some ridiculous amount of money. Okay. It's time they grow up and be, live on their own. I don't know much about North Korea, but I know that the only guy that drinks alcohol there is Kim Jong-un, who has it imported. I think $30,000 a year he spends on booze.
And Dennis Rodman, big fan, apparently.
That's right. Remember? I think he only brought Dennis Rodman there to impregnate the North Korean women's basketball team so they could come up with some real pros and actually win something,
Yeah, that was such an odd bromance. Like, who had that on their bingo card? Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman.
He's his friend. They say they're friends.
I know. They're like buds.
Everyone needs a little bit of tourism. You can't hold against it for trying to make some dough, right?
Yeah, of course not.
I'm not really... I like to stay locally, not locally, but in the United States if I want to have some vacation time, domestic.
Okay.
In this industry, you don't have too much time to take off 2 weeks at a time. You kind of people forget about you.
Right.
But I've done my fair share of international traveling, but not headed to the Korean Peninsula. That's not going to happen.
How about Detroit?
Yeah. No,
I lived there for 4 years.
My daughter just started dating a guy whose parents live in the Detroit suburbs, and she's like, "I'm going to go to Detroit with my boyfriend's meet his family." I'm like, "Where do they live, sweetheart?" She goes, "They live in Detroit." I'm like, "Oh, do you know much about Detroit? You might want to look it up."
Apparently it's coming back. I did live there for 4 years in the suburbs, and some of the suburbs are nice, but then as soon as you go into the city. I was there about 10 years ago, and so they were gentrifying the downtown. So it was very confusing because you would see like a trap house with broken windows right next to a Whole Foods. So it was hard to tell if you were safe or not. Am I safe? Am I not safe?
A Whole Foods?
Yeah.
I bring up Detroit.
Why do you bring up Detroit?
For many, it wasn't even a question as cash money rained down from a helicopter on Detroit's east side, all in a stunning tribute to a man loved by so many, Daryl Thomas, a community pillar known for loving his family, his neighbors, and classic cars. He brought everybody together.
Everybody hopped out their car and started running, man. It was like swimming pool for real.
But it was smooth. It's like it wasn't no chaos about it. You know what I'm saying? People was just like grabbing it like me. I've been down and got me like $5, but I'm gonna put him on my wall at my business and put his name on it.
My name's Jonte Smoke. Smoke is Daryl's son and helped put the money drop into motion too.
Detroit, y'all might not knew who my father was, but he was a great father. Among his community, he was a legend. He blessed everyone, and that was his last blessings to everyone. That's all it was.
The money drop was accompanied by a massive block party celebration honoring Daryl Thomas's life, with several generations of the family represented, hanging around the iconic rides he loved so much.
Yeah, cleaning cars, detailing, he used to race a lot, all that.
Most, however, knew Daryl Thomas by his nickname, Plant, and that was a name called out to the heavens time and time again.
Many blessings to everyone, and long live Plant.
Long live
Plant.
Wow.
Man, they don't have $5,000 in $1 bills from a helicopter.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Great footage of that here. Yeah.
That is amazing. That's like a strip club.
Yeah.
5,001s.
So you happen to see the guy too while we were playing the video up here of where's he at? Where's he at? Yeah,
right there. Wow, look at his buttocks. It's like almost all of it is hanging out of his top of his pants.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's
go to Detroit. Strip club.
That's the way Plant would have wanted it, though, I think.
I do have to divulge that on my 27th birthday, I went to a strip club on 8 Mile. And let me tell you, it was way better than I expected it was to be. I thought it was going to be pretty ratchet, but it was pretty high class. I was impressed.
High quality?
With what Detroit had to
Wow.
offer. Yeah, it was good.
When we return, I will get to the Washington Post journalist accused of possessing child pornography, as people are trying to normalize pedophilia as a sexual orientation.
Yeah.
And it's only good if you don't act on it, Also, you may be doing something every single day when you meet somebody that is incredible. Well, this lady thinks it's incredibly rude to ask someone you just met. I think it sets the stage for a conversation, but she says you have no idea how rude you are when you ask this everyday question of a new person that you meet. Very interesting stuff. We'll do it next. My name is Shannon Brook. I'm in with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
My name's Jonte Smoke.
Smoke is Daryl's son and helped put the money drop into motion too.
Detroit, y'all might not knew who my father was, but he was a great father. Among his community, he was a legend.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. And that's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Take my advice, get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. MarvinECans.com. Marvin E. Kanze. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dawn Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
My handwriting is terrible. Shannon Brook and Anna Hummel, Dan Borowski, and for Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. I don't know this guy. He works for the Washington Post. His name is Thomas Pham Legros. He's a 48-year-old fellow who is their director of video, deputy director of video, part of a team that won a Pulitzer in 2018 covering a U.S. Senate candidate, Roy Moore. So on his work computer, his work laptop, the Attorney General's office found a folder that contained 11 videos of child sexual abuse material. They say fragments of a hard drive were also found in a hallway outside the room. What does that mean? Like he tried to smash it with a hammer, a la Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Fragments of it? Yeah, I don't know. Hard drive
I don't know.
Smashed? Who knows?
He has been taken into custody. I don't know where the people get tips. They got a tip. They went out and acted on the tip. They found a bunch of stuff. They also found that I don't know any of this world, but apparently there's a currency platform called eGold, which is hard to trace payments, and that's what they use to buy and sell, I guess.
Oh, like the blockchain, the crypto sort of.
Yeah, yeah. The Washington Post, though, says, we understand this is the severity of these allegations, and we have put Mr. Legros on leave. Huh.
Not in jail, or... Well, I mean, obviously they can't put him in jail, but...
I would assume that the man has been arrested. They say the journalist was accused of possessing child pornography. Normally you go right to jail, right? Straight to jail? Right to jail.
Yeah.
Right away.
Now, much like you said, it's kind of the new frontier, right? Once we're done with the trans stuff, the next frontier is the
LGBTQ,
MAPs, the MAPs, the minor attracted persons, right? Isn't that what's coming next, Shannon?
People calmly say that minor attracted persons are normal, and that pedophilia is real, and it's a sexual orientation instead of a sickness.
Yeah.
So I don't understand
we'll see where that lands, everyone. That's scary stuff, man.
Well, obviously,
we're trying to normalize that.
They'd love to normalize it, and but as they say, it's okay to be a MAP or whatever you want to call it, just as long as you don't act upon it. Well, what does that mean? You need to be stimulated by something.
Secretly, I don't know.
Well, and there was a lawmaker that suggested child sex dolls be given to pedophiles so that they would be able to take their angst out on a child sex doll, which is extra creepy, Dan, don't you think?
It is creepy. I mean, it's better than the real thing, right? But I mean, I don't know what you do with these people, because everyone says, like, if you're gay, that you can't be therapized out of that. Like, that's just who you are and how you're kind of like designed, your brain chemistry and whatnot. So I imagine the same is true for people, children. I don't know if there's any amount of therapy that can undo that. And not that I feel, so bad for these people, but it seems to be a pretty horrible affliction if you are attracted to minors. Like, what do you do with that? I don't know.
Yeah, but so is addiction a
and you're like, just castrate me now so I don't do anything dumb.
Yeah, but I mean, so is addiction being a horrible, condition, but we still give addicts, safe injection sites and needles, and I kind of see this as the same thing. Like, why are we enabling these kind of things in society and giving, throwing them a bone, essentially?
The needles, I mean, if they're provided by the government, by taxpayers, I think that's a different issue. But I mean, are these dolls provided by? Are they subsidized?
Well, that was just a suggestion.
Careful there. I mean,
that was just a suggestion by a lawmaker, and it was quickly rebuffed and found as shocking. And I forget which state it was in. But I don't think you can. You talked about conversion therapy. That's, obviously, I don't know that it's possible to convert I don't think it is. And maybe some people believe in it, maybe some people don't. But there were a bunch of people worried about, like Rachel Maddow and others worried about the camps that Trump was going to build to put her and her friends in. Remember the comment?
The detention camps for
gay people.
For gay people. Oh, I didn't even realize. I should have known she was gay, obviously.
Rachel Maddow?
Did she talk about it? Did she talk about it?
Did you just say you didn't know Rachel Maddow was gay?
Well, I mean, now that I think about it, but I've never heard her say she was, so she's not top of mind.
Someone asked her once,
lesbians.
When Trump was running for his first term, if you were to interview Mike Pence, what would you ask him? And she said, "Are you really going to build camps to put my friends and I in?" That was the question she would ask if she had an opportunity.
Babies and other young children. Oh.
She crying?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
She's fanning her face.
To at least 3.
Oh, my God.
Put up a graphic of this. Thank you. Do we have
that what she's talking about?
3
kids?
tender age shelters in South Texas. Lawyers and medical providers.
Here it comes.
Just, I think I'm going to have to hand this off. Yeah. Sorry.
Nobody cries about that stuff, right? That's insane.
She was worried that her friends were going to be in detention camps because they were gay.
She was crying about kids of migrants in that in that clip.
The separating families.
Well, and she goes on there. She says essentially that they're building these camps for children. Who's to say that we're not next?
Right.
Okay.
We're gonna put all of you in a camp. It's a beautiful camp. You're gonna love it here. We've got air conditioning and toilets. It's gonna be fantastic.
When we return, I'm going to tell you about something you're doing every time you meet someone new that could be the rudest question you ever ask them.
And Fight Club.
Lovin's opinion. And what?
Fight Club. We'll have a Fight Club today.
Oh, Fight Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
that's right.
New thing on the docket.
Yeah.
We'll do it next. Stick around. I'm Shannon Burke and Anna Hamel along with Dan Borowski and for Kayal and Company. 1210 WPHT.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At LendSeek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Anna, when you meet somebody new, run me through the process. You know, like, okay, Anna, here's Steve. How do you interact with them?
So if I'm trying to curry favor with someone, this is what I always do. I think I learned this from how to win friends and influence people. I just get them to start talking about themselves. And so then when they remember that conversation with me, they're like, that was a great conversation, because all they did was talk about themselves. So I will try to get them to, I'll just ask, I will make them feel, and sometimes it's genuine, most of the time it's not. I'll try to make them feel like they are the most interesting person I've ever met. And
Dan,
I'm really good at doing that.
Do you have a preferred way to enter a conversation with someone you've just met?
It's weird that Anna says that, because I've never read what she's referencing there, but her strategy is something I do employ, and I think it might be something that a lot of people on radio employ, is when you don't know someone well, you kind of turn into like an interview mode, where again, you're asking that person so much about themselves that it does set a good first impression, because they look back, as Anna just said, that was a great conversation.
So what would be a question? Anybody have, just give me one question. I'm so-and-so, nice to meet you. Boom. What's the next question?
Yeah. Most of the time it's like where are you from around here or something like that? And then if they say yes or no, and then because, I've lived 38 years on the planet. Oh, I'm from, this place in Ohio. Oh, really? I had a friend from Cleveland. Are you from Strongsville? Whatever, something like that.
Dan,
so I try to build like a connection.
It's assessment based. I mean, if the person has Sperry's on and khakis, I'll probably ask them what they do for a living, because they're going to want to share.
The Sperry's kicked you off, huh?
Yeah.
Well, asking someone what you do, according to Vanessa Van Edwards, who wrote a book called Captivate, The Science of Succeeding with People, said that stop asking, what do you do? Stop asking that. She says, because she said that's telling them that their brain can stay on autopilot, and asking someone that question is really asking, what are you worth?
She's not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's not just that. It's a way to find further things you have in common. Oh, I do this for a living. Oh, okay. I know more about you now. I know that you're either a professional or you do some type of labor or something like that. They say that you're trying to size them up, and it's impolite to ask them what they do because you instantly want to know. She says what they're worth, how much money they make, if you can be friends with them. And they suggest the following. If somebody's not defined by what they do, they say it's a rude question. They say, try to replace it with questions like, working on anything exciting these days? Or working on anything exciting recently?
Yeah, build a birdhouse. Like, wait,
right? Yeah, are you working at all? What somebody does for a living says a lot about them, not in a positive, negative way, but it's a next step to getting to know who they are. You could ask, are you working on anything exciting these days? And the response could be, yeah, we got a new machine that picks the trash cans up and takes it up and dumps it in the trash can. We're pretty excited about that.
Yeah,
it's about the same thing.
Yes and no. I kind of agree with her because it's kind of you're basically assessing like how much respect do I have to give you? If someone says, "Oh, I'm a surgeon," or someone says like, "Oh, I'm a," like you said, like a trash man, obviously there's going to be a differential in terms of like how much you respect what they do. If someone is excited about what they do and it's more of like a passion career, they'll tell you what they do. I don't think you have to ask them. So I think that's actually kind of a nice twist to be like, "Are you working on anything exciting?" Because, like, Shannon, you got hobbies. You do the motorcycles. You like to go to the what are the bars?
Where do I like to go?
You like the biker bars. You like the biker bars. Stuff like that.
Right, but I'd rather someone ask you what I do. And I wouldn't. If they ask me what I do for a living, I'm not going to go, well, or what am I working on anything exciting lately? I mean, I'm not. That's not an intro into what my hobbies are, in my opinion.
Is it not?
You could say, got any interesting hobbies?
There you go. Something like that.
But most people reply, no, I just scroll on social media for 4 hours a night.
But what do you do? So what do you do for a living? That's to me, I would never be offended by that. And I don't think, if someone
That's
told me
you have a cool job.
well, if I said, what do you do for a living? Well, I work at a pet store. Okay. That opens up a lot of doors. You have an hourly job, but I have pets and most people have pets and you open the door. What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an architect. Oh, well, that opens the door to a lot of other things. What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a garbage collector. It's still what someone does for them, whether or not they're passionate about it or, if they're not defined by their job, it still gives you a stepping stone into further interaction with this person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's something that will eventually be addressed, whether it's in the first few minutes of conversation or not. But I kind of I don't really like that question either. Even, when I was more permanently in radio still, it's just kind of like a boring question, I guess. I think I would prefer something more along the lines of like, are you working on anything cool? Or asking someone where they're from and having them talk about like where they grew up and what sports teams they like. I feel like people are a lot more passionate about that, like their hobbies or their interests versus what they do sometimes.
I just feel like it's such a normal interlude, a question that gets you further into a relationship. If you're at if my daughter brought some guy home, I would ask him what he did. What do you do for a living? I want to get to know him.
Yeah.
Plus, I also want to make sure you take care of my daughter.
Sure. But I feel like that's a little bit different because you're not really worried about being rude. You I need to get to the bottom of who you are because you're dating my daughter. So it's
I asked him that question while I'm cleaning my firearm, so he has a clear.
There you go.
I think it's worse to say, are you working on anything exciting? Because if you're a trash man, you're not working on anything exciting. Your job's not that important to you. It's just a way to make an income. And that also tells me a lot about you.
On the side. Or you're like you work out, you're part of a band, or maybe you got a hobby. Like I am kind of annoying when I start talking about Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You get me going on that stuff. I have to calm myself down because I love talking about it so much. But I'd much rather talk about that than, this job is great, but I do have another job. By the way, I told them that I had a disease, and that's why I can't.
Whoa.
I have a
What? You told who you had a disease?
So I have a full-time job.
Right.
And
they say you have a
needed
disease?
Time off.
Oh.
So I told them that the doctor suspected that I had, don't make fun of me, that I have Hashimoto's disease, because it couldn't be cancer because that's too serious. So Hashimoto's is just kind of obscure enough where it's serious but not life-threatening. And so they were like, no problem, like take whatever. I'm like, yeah, so I have to run some tests. So I'm going to go back to work and have like a Band-Aid on my arm to make it look like they took blood. Let's just hope none of them listen to Philly radio.
I was going to say.
My word. That is very
Well, you have a job
deceptive.
tomorrow.
Well, I have more tests to run tomorrow, obviously, because I'm meeting with the endocrinologist.
That Hashimoto's, it's serious stuff. You can't be playing around with it.
I know a bunch of women in their 30s with Hashimoto's. And
what is Hashimoto's? What happens to it? What is it?
It's like a thyroid condition. It's an
So I can't have it?
thyroid condition. No, it's more common in women. Men can have it too, but I know a lot of like cute women in their 30s that have it. I'm like, well, if they have it, why can't I have it? So now I have it.
That's so...
I'm going to get it. Watch me actually get it.
Yes. You are. Now
I deserve it.
Be careful. Gotta get it.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
boy.
that's where I'm at. Ooh.
All right. Well, Dan, it's time for Fight Club.
Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
That's right. It's Kayal and Company Fight Club with no Kayal and no company. It's Fight Club with Shannon and Anna. But as you know, fights get ratings. So Fight Club sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. And today's fight actually comes from both Trucker Ed. I got to mention Trucker Ed. All weekend sending great videos. But also our great co-host today, Anna, has a fantastic video she sent. And let's roll FCO2 is what we'll roll with today, Phil. And then we'll go back to FCO1 in a second. But we'll run with 2 today. First, Anna, why don't you narrate what we're seeing here as some girls outside of Dallas.
So I love this fight because it's not the usual suspects, okay? We got some cute sorority-looking chicks that are just going to town. They're in their nice little dresses. They look like they're on the night out of town, but they are not holding back. They're pulling hair, throwing people, tossing people in heels, in kitten heels.
Oh, there's a
breast
malfunction
that was exposed. Yeah, so this is great. She just kicked like the worst kick ever. Oh, smack to the face, knocked down. So this is just kind of different than your usual just Walmart brawl. You know, we got some hot ladies that are just getting into it.
We'll call that the 3 B's, right? The bar, broad, brawl is how we'll refer to that one throughout the week.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shannon, any thoughts on that one?
That you're right. There's an unusual suspects involved in that fight. You don't normally see well-dressed, pretty women engaged in some pretty serious fisticuffs there, throwing people to the ground. And otherwise, what was this, a sorority party gone wrong, or?
It kind of looks that way. What do you think, if you were to venture a guess about what they're fighting over, would you say it's a man or something like that?
I know what it is.
What is it?
Well, one of them got an espresso martini, and the other one started drinking it, and it wasn't a...
The one thing about girl fights is they always go for the hair. I mean, it's like your weakness is your hair. You could they grab onto it and they hold on to it forever, and if they don't let go, they keep you in a close distance.
Yeah,
no,
you're completely disabled if you don't have control of your head. So.
Right.
It's a good tactic.
I'd wear your hair up on the streets just to make sure.
That's the
plan. Have you ever been in a bar brawl like that?
No. I've never even been in a fight. I've had people like aggressively come up to me and I'm like, oh, sorry. Like I am the biggest P word.
Really? The thing is, like, they wouldn't know the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well as you do. So I feel like you're kind of like a,
just lead them in.
It's like a hustler over here.
What about some Jiu-Jitsu on them?
Yeah, well, when I was going to the clubs like hard, 10, 15 years ago, I didn't know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I'm just like the nicest drunk ever. Like I don't get upset, I don't get angry. I just like want everyone to have a good time, sort of a thing. So yeah, wow. I've never been in a fight before.
Kimmy suggests on YouTube it's always over a guy. Real hair involved. What color was the car that they were driving? Well-heeled ladies. Is this pay-per-view? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please get into the fun. And Anna, being an expert in fighting, I don't know if Shannon is. I don't want to put Shannon's words in his mouth, but I'm definitely no expert in fighting. But I can guarantee you I could throw a punch better than this kid. Let's go to a highway fight. A kid wailing on another kid, but I feel embarrassed for the one on the ground because his punches are wild. Take a watch. YouTube.com/@12WPH. Look at those flails. Oh no.
Word.
Oh,
wow.
Straight arm, the whole, flailing like a flag on the back of a yacht. Dressed like it too.
Goodness, look at this. Once you got the guy down like that, it's just unfair to keep wailing on him, don't you think? You got him.
Yeah,
he's on
because the
ground.
head doesn't have anywhere to go, so it just gets smashed into the concrete. Impressed by both of them. I mean, the guy on the bottom is actually keeping his head kind of up, elevated a little bit, so that it doesn't get smacked to the ground.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. If it's on the ground, his head's laying on the ground, you've got massive impact.
Yeah, on both sides. Yeah, the head can't snap back. So
I don't really enjoy watching fights unless it's the underdog gets control. You know, like some guy starts a fight with some guy because he's a wimpy guy, and then the wimpy guy turns out to just wail on the bully guy.
Like the bully fights.
Yeah, that's a victory to me. What I don't like is these, which are the internet is just ripe with, is the classroom fights that break out in school that often turn to the educator, the teacher that's in the room. And they can't hit the kids back because they'll get fired. So they got to either take a beating or run off and down the hallway, but there's way too many of those.
Is BJJ something good for kids, or is that like more karate? You think?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you call it?
Oh my God, I wish if you have. I mean, even if you're an adult, great. But if you have a child, a boy or a girl, doesn't matter. Put them in jiu-jitsu. It teaches them so much about just discipline. It gives them confidence.
Maybe your kid can
and
be
they'll
on
be
one
a
of these.
black belt by the time they're 18. That would be so sick. So
I think so. Sorry, just before we go on, we got to pick one of the two to choose to enter into our end of the week. I think it's got to be the first one, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
unanimous.
Cat
Definitely,
fight for
it's the girl fight with the hair pulling and all.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan, did your dad teach you a couple of 1-2s? You know how to?
Oh no, I'm a terrible fighter. The thing that you guys might not know about me, but the audience probably does by now. I'm a 6'8" individual, and I've always been tracking I've always been tracking a couple inches above the others. So I was a kid, towering over people, so I didn't get really messed with too much.
No one tried you.
Nice, yeah.
You could just
no one
punch
tried you.
down,
exactly,
just like a whack-a-mole on the heads of us peasants.
If you're watching YouTube, though, my punches do look very similar to that last kid we
This is
I'm
the
6'2".
worst pick ever.
I'm only 6'2", but I have enough tattoos to make me look dangerous. People go, "Look, that guy's got a neck tattoo." I'm not messing with him.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Fights Get Ratings Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com.
Wow. All right. That's an interesting segment.
We'll do it all week, Shannon.
I feel like I'm going to search out a suggestion for tomorrow.
It's a lot of fun.
Yes, do it.
All right, when we return, we'll get to Pam Bondi in action, axing some Jan 6 prosecutors in what people call a horrifying purge. These people were, quote, career employees at the Department of Justice, which I don't think you should be a career Department of Justice employee, that the bureaucracy should turn as often as elected positions do. But we'll get into that when we get back. And Trump says he's working on some type of a temporary pass for immigrants in certain industries, like a favored industry thing. It's, well, we'll never eat another strawberry if Trump deports everyone. So he's looking into that. I don't, to me, it's either all or nothing, I think, and that's the way to go.
I agree.
And Trump has also outsmarted economists. They're now backpedaling, the ones that bashed his bold tariff plan. I don't know how he did it, but these economists are like, man, does he know more than our nation's leading economists? Is he a secret genius?
I don't know. He's having conversations with Chat GPT. That's how he's getting ahead of the eight ball.
Yeah. We'll get to it next. Stick around. It's Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is the absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm so excited. I just had a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. Now, our lower level does have poor ventilation and ductwork, so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer. Larry and I, of course, share an office and studio. Consider a mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Marvin E. Cans, Marvin E. KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
This hour is sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tub. Celebrate your freedom to save at Spring Dance Hot Tub. Save $5,000 on hot tubs and 50% off accessories. Buy 3 spa essentials. We get one for just $1. Visit springdancehottubs.com. What a great name. Don't you think?
You a hot tub guy?
Love it.
I do.
Do they do hot tubs in Georgia, or is it too hot for hot tubs?
No. They do hot tubs everywhere. I mean, in Florida, it's just, you need a cold tub more than a hot tub, I think. Just kind of to cool off. But I love a hot tub, man. There's nothing more relaxing. Oh, it's fantastic. So, Pam Bondi.
Yes. Tampa's very own Pam Bondi.
Good. I'm glad to hear you're a fan of hers. I'm a fan of hers. I think she's fantastic. And she has fired at least three career Justice Department and prosecutors that were working on cases related to Jan 6. And they were informed in a letter, and it just simply said, "Dear so-and-so, you are now been removed from federal service effective immediately. No further explanation." I mean, I've been fired for similar reasons, like, well, we no longer need your service. See you later.
Right. Yeah.
One of them said these firings are horrifying. Yeah. Calling it a slap in the face to not only to them, but to all career DOJ prosecutors. Here's my problem with this is I don't think careers in government are bad for America. Would you agree?
Yes, like with no term limits. Is that what you're saying? Like,
I get. Well, I think we all agree that elected officials sink into this mode to where people are like, oh yeah, Pelosi, oh yeah, I voted for her. Things are going well around here. I'm just going to keep on. She's a name I know, or whatever. They get reelected and reelected and reelected.
Sure.
And I do think that there needs to be some limitations on the terms that they can serve. Or an age limit, one or the other. But I also think that exists for bureaucracies and bureaucrats like Department of Justice prosecutors. Sure. I think that once you're there for a long time, and I think it's safe to say that I think the Republican Party is further removed from a chummy relationship with bureaucrats than Democrats are. I think the Democratic Party is kind of they built the Democratic Party on bureaucration.
Yeah, 90% of the people in government are Democrats.
Right. It's frightening.
That's just a fact. Yeah.
It's frightening. And I think this is one way to even it out a little bit. This Justice Department employee said, no one is safe from this administration's whims and impulses. And the public certainly is not only served by the continued brain drain of DOJ. We are losing the best among us every day.
The person who was fired, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, they say it's an escalation of Trump's targeted retaliation against federal officials that worked on the cases against him and his supporters. Back in January, they asked several prosecutors still in the probationary period for their jobs that worked on Jan 6. So many people were probationary. If you're probationary, you don't need really a reason to cancel one, right? Look, you're still in your probationary period, not happy with your performance.
Yep.
See you later. This is the first time they say that career prosecutors at the DOJ had been ousted because of their role in prosecuting January 6th. We don't know that that's the reason. More than likely it is. In my opinion, the people that prosecuted DOJ, that prosecuted January 6 people that were like on the grounds, that didn't go into the building. They're doing 20 months or 4 years or whatever.
Grandmas that were like put away and
grandmas who had a door.
State.
Grandmas who had the door opened for them by a nice gentleman in a uniform. He's a nice police officer. Let us in and said, "Come in, ladies." And now, Grandma does 2 years, or sits in solitary confinement for a year before she's brought to trial.
Poor Granny.
I'm serious.
It's outrageous.
I think this will serve to kind of put away the whole Jan 6, the fiasco that occurred after for years and years and years, left so many people lingering and solitary confinement and in prison and in jail. Trump came along and pardoned them. Some 1,580 people, I think it was, something like that.
Yeah, and it kind of speaks to a point you made earlier, which is, I think, a bigger problem, which is, like you said, the bureaucracy, where no one is voting these people in, and they seem to just sit there, have these cush jobs. That's what Elon and Doge really started to kind of dismantle, is just this bureaucracy, just sucking up dollars, and God knows what they do. They can't even describe in a 5-point bullet point email what their purpose is, why we need them, and why we're spending so much money to keep them. So I think it's a good thing.
I do too, and I think that Trump's first term, when it was drain the swamp, I think most people, including myself, thought of the swamp as the long-serving Democratic lawmakers and Republican lawmakers that have been around for, they served 8 terms or whatever, and they're in their 70s or 80s, and they just kind of do things the same old way. I didn't consider until midway through Biden's tenure that it really is the bureaucracy that is more of the swamp, much, much more of the swamp than elected lawmakers there. And I think Trump's figured that out, and I think he acts on it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, at least with the lawmakers, we know who they are. We know their face, we know their name, but these bureaucrats, many of us don't know who they are, their names, what they do, who they are, what their purpose is, what their agenda is. So, they just silently get through the system.
Right. You may know the name of the AG or the head of the FBI, but you don't know the division chief of the FBI or
the prosecutors at the DOJ. Like I don't know who they are.
the people in
maybe
the
if you're
field
really
offices.
In the weeds, you do, but yeah.
Right. So that's the whole thing. That who was Trump's Sean Spicer? Remember Sean Spicer?
Yes, the guy that would eat the cinnamon gum.
Yes. Well, he
would swallow it.
After he was out of Trump's office of communications and no longer the media representative, he was appointed
press secretary.
Yeah, he was appointed. Thank you for that word.
Before or after Dancing with the Stars?
Yeah, I was about to say that. When he
Probably before. He was
appointed, or whatever.
He was appointed to the Naval Board, one of these boards where you just sit on the board, you make some decisions, you get paid, whatever. And he was fired from the board when Biden came around, so he went and sued the Biden administration for the sole purpose of getting a judge to agree that yes, Biden has the right to fire this person that was appointed. To set some legal precedent so that Trump could come in and knock these people down like flies that needed to get moving on. So, yeah, press secretary. So, he threw himself. You don't like Sean Spicer?
No, I did. He was just so awkward and would just aggressively sweat. And he would chew gum and then swallow it. That was his thing. People were like, this weirdo cannot.
That gum's going to last forever. My mother said it will stay there forever, my stomach forever.
Listen, I love Caroline Leavitt. I think she's phenomenal.
She's
but
fantastic.
I have to say my all-time favorite is probably Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She would just her stank face, she was just not a dude. Do you remember her?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I would say
She's
probably
governor of
my
Arkansas
favorite.
now. Yeah.
Yes, she was
I liked
phenomenal.
what was Bush's W's press secretary? Ari Fleischer. Fleischer?
I don't remember.
Oh, he's fantastic.
It was Ari Fleischer, Scott McClellan, and Tony Snow.
Yeah,
and Dana Perino.
Well, that's true. Dana Perino. All 4'7" of her.
Really?
Yeah, she's very, very
I didn't
tiny.
know
She's itty bitty. She's almost disabled.
Say
I think,
it.
'cause she's so small. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to say it.
Say it.
When we return, we're going to get to Trump working on a quote. He ran this by everyone, and they said no. Temporary passes for immigrants in certain industries. Yeah. It's okay to be, it's okay to be short, but he wants a box. Wants a box for the debates. Remember that?
Yeah.
We'll do this next when we return. I'm Shannon Burke, along with Anna Hummel and Dan Borowski, in for Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
They don't make furniture like they used to, and that's exactly why Bucks County Estate Traders is your summer home upgrade destination. Now through July 7th during their 4th of July sale, take 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Whether your style is classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, from vintage treasures to designer showstoppers. We're talking about brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and more. The kind of quality that lasts for generations at a fraction of retail prices. And unlike big box stores, if you see something you love, you could take it home the same day. Every piece with a QR code for instant info, and their team, well, they're straight shooters who know their stuff. No pushy sales tactics. Shop the sale at buckscountyestatetraders.com with code USA25 or visit their Hatfield showroom, now open extended hours and Sundays. The 4th of July sale is underway right now. Again, 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. My business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It was floated a while ago. When people started screaming, if Trump deports everyone, who's going to pick the strawberries? Who's going to clean your toilets? Who's going to be room service and housekeeping in the hospitality industry? And then Trump started to toy around with a, quote, favored industry delegation to each. Well, we might give a pass to people that pick fruit or vegetables or whatever. We may give a pass to people that work in domestic industry. Sure. And then you have the whole, you're going to have to clean your own toilet crew. You know, these people celebrities that just utter out the most racist thing. They don't realize it's racist. They're like, who's going to clean our toilets and pick our fruit? Like, that's the only thing they see the value in these immigrants here. Yeah. And they just start to think, well, most vegetables and fruit are picked by giant machines now anyway. I was going to ask. I'm like, isn't the technology there? We got AI down. We can't get a machine to pick fruit. Well, I mean, and I get it. Is that a really ignorant thing to say? I don't know. People seem to just say it's racist as hell. It's just to demand what I consider a slave class of laborers. These are the same people. Democrats are the same people that scream about we need $25 minimum wage to put cheese on a hamburger. We need $30 minimum wage to change an oil in a car. Yes. Minimum wage. But out of the same mouths, they say, but we also need a lower class of worker that we don't have to pay minimum wage to. They're more like slaves. I mean, get it together. Didn't Jasmine Crockett say something to the effect of, like, black people are done picking cotton? Like, we're done doing that. That's why we need to keep these migrants here, because they're the ones that will do that sort of labor. Her words, not mine. People don't pick cotton any longer. I know, but she was, referencing. I get it. And then, there's celebrities alike. The LA Times, for example, last week had a feature in their video department about a woman who said, I'm speaking out to all mothers and housewives and that have domestic help, like a nanny or a housekeeper. Mm-hmm. And they went into a long dissertation on how you can protect your slave from being deported by certain ways. Let your slave know what their rights are, which is mainly saying hide your slave so that the ICE can't come and get them. I get that there's some, for example, the slaughterhouse in Omaha, Nebraska, that was gutted of some 80 employees last month. And people are like, oh, well, there you go. We can't eat meat anymore because Trump deported all the slaughterhouse workers. The very next day after it hit the news, their waiting room at this slaughterhouse, the lobby was packed full of people applying for the jobs that were just lost when they deported people. And they were legal people. They were American citizens, white people, even white people. They won't do those jobs. It was packed full of people to get these jobs. And which means that no industry is going to die. Hell, Clinton deported some 13 million illegals in his 2 terms. I never had a problem getting a strawberry. My toilet was clean the whole time. Yeah. I agree with you. Like you cannot make exceptions for people. I think if you broke the law, you need to leave. And no one is more angered by this than people like myself who are legal immigrants into this country who had parents that waited in line. My aunt waited 12 years for a green card. Who knew that she could just fly to Mexico and walk over the border and she would have got in right away? So no one is more angered by that than legal immigrants. So and it's nonsense it is in the nonsense of we have to have due process for every single one that's deported. We have to do this due process. Then you think about it. If Bill Clinton, it was 12 million. I read that, then I read 13 million too. Whichever it is, let's say it's 13 million. If Bill Clinton gave due process to every single one of these 13 million illegals, there would have been 4,400 hearings, immigration hearings per day, every single day of his presidency, including weekends and holidays. So it's clear that in the past we could deport people without this quote unquote due process nonsense. But today, you've got to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back here for his due process.
Turning in a weird situation too. This is a report from Fox in Boston, or NBC in Boston, and this is from a while back, but it's just take a watch. And kind of to Anna's point of the Jasmine Crockett's commentary.
She felt bad, as any mother would. Now things are looking much brighter as they've been welcomed into Lisa Hillenbrand's Brookline apartment.
Tu niña es muy alegre ahora. Sí.
So essentially in this report, what it is a Haitian family in fear of being deported is welcomed into a white family's home, and it goes into detail as to, how they help around the house and such. And it's...
Why is she speaking Spanish? I thought they spoke French.
Everyone starts the day smiling.
It's a delight. And it's really fun having them.
It's a delight.
What I realized is there's so much prejudice against refugees, mostly because people don't know them.
Lisa says she feels like she has her own personal chef, as Wildande loves cooking.
La ocupación?
Sí. In fact, her goal is to open up her own restaurant.
Yeah, but to your point, she's a personal chef now.
Yes, it feels as if I have my own personal chef. I guarantee this woman cleans a toilet here and there as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I mean,
and listen, no one's making her stay. Like that's great that she was able to do that, but you shouldn't be allowed to do that because you came here illegally. Sorry.
But the panic porn about if they deport all these people, then we won't be able to eat fresh vegetables any longer. Our homes will become filthy and unsanitary, and ditches will go undug, and your yard is going to be eaten up with weeds because you're a landscaper. You know that lady out of LA last week who said, well, all of my friends are texting me. My phone is blowing up because today their gardener didn't show up. Who has a gardener?
Molly mentions those people that
I think
are
you'll
farm
survive with
workers,
that one.
certainly of the ag industry that's being affected. You've got hospitality industry. Going to a restaurant even. I mean, you may not have people being able to clear your place, move so quickly, the food being served.
Yeah. I mean, don't they realize how unbelievably racist this is?
It sure is. But even if they're right, which they are to some degree, that the industries will be impacted. I mean, I always kind of just go back to my favorite quote by Thomas Sowell, which is there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. Right. So it's well, now we have this other problem. OK, well, you never really solve a problem. It's more just like a trade off. Right. You get rid of the illegals. Maybe there's a price, surge with some items, but it will shake itself out. But that is the nature of reality. You're never going to solve any problems. You're only going to kind of make trade offs about which problem you would prefer.
Barack Obama was nicknamed the deporter-in-chief.
I know.
And I never had a problem getting an orange or an onion or a stalk of celery, and my yard looked perfect.
And farmers markets, too.
So I'm in my beautiful city, L.A., and I have friends texting me, all morning. My gardener didn't show up. My housekeeper didn't show up. My farmer's market was closed. Everyone's scared. Well, this is not going to just happen in L.A., and you 1%ers that only voted for Trump because of money? Guess what? You're going to have to do your own dishes or clean your own house or mow your own lawn. And that wonderful produce, the organic produce you get for your brunches?
Yeah.
All gone.
Oh,
yeah. You're going to actually have to do some work around your house. These people are important.
Wow. What a disconnected person
money
that is. For money. When we returned and Trump outs
because of money.
It wasn't because of money, sweetheart. I cut my own grass, I'm proud to say. And why I do have a housekeeper come in once a week, she has papers. Her name is Glenda. She's from Wyoming.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Weber returned. Trump may have outsmarted every economist in America. How did he do that? Stick around. It's Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Well, the world-renowned economist Torsten Slok, chief economist at Apollo Global Management, has had to admit that his initial reaction to Trump's tariffs were completely wrong. He said maybe the administration outsmarted all of us. He originally said these would the tariffs would threaten business stability, Wall Street's record highs, and the stability of U.S. Treasury bonds, the employment of blah, 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 blah. But now he's done a complete about-face and said that maybe Trump pulled one.
On him.
Yeah, pulled one on him.
I love it.
I love it, too.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Phil Abquist for this day in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 30th, we celebrate the birthdays of Phil Anselmo, who's 57, Andy Scott from Sweet, who's 76, and Russ Graham from the Killer Doors. Singles include Best I Can by Queensryche in 91. Albums include Keep It Up by Loverboy in 83. Demolition by Girls' School in 90. Love Gun by Kiss in 77. Metal Rendezvous by Crocus in 80. And System of a Down's debut in 98. Also in 2009, U2 began their 360 tour. In 76, the police raided the home of Neil Diamond searching for drugs. They found less than 1 ounce of marijuana. In 2012, Queen began their tour with Adam Lambert. In 84, Huey Lewis was atop the album chart. And on this day in 2006, George W. Bush and Japanese Prime Minister visited Graceland in Memphis. But lastly, as a reminder, you could always listen to my Saturday night show using the Odyssey Rewind feature. Just saying, Chris Forsyth. For Kayal and Company.
Shameless plug.
Get it, Phil.
Yeah, I love the mention of Loverboy. I mean, I saw a picture of them. Was it Loverboy or REO Speedwagon?
Yeah. We just found out that Shannon's a big Loverboy fan. I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that.
I don't know if I was a big, maybe back in the day I was a big Loverboy fan, but I saw, if it was a Loverboy I was thinking about, it was another band that's just recently retired, and I saw a picture of its lead singer, I think REO Speedwagon. And their lead singer looked to be like 80 years old. Is Loverboy still touring?
Well, they are, but they lost their original lead singer, and a lot of bands right now are touring, but they don't have all their members or one member or maybe a drummer or whatever. So that's kind of the state of the classic rock right now,
right?
For the most part,
Is it worth going to see a band that doesn't have most of their members anymore? And I mean,
you got to have the key guys there, right? I mean,
in my opinion, yes. Now I will still go, but I will pay full price to go see said bands.
So you weren't offended by Sammy Hagar taking over David Lee Roth's position?
No, I love
Halen?
that. That was great because there are certain ones that are, in my opinion, like you look at AC/DC when Bon Scott died and Brian Johnson took over. I mean, that's the biggest example. Both great.
Do they have to sound identical to the original band member, like the Filipino guy?
I don't think so.
The Journey guy, yeah.
Yeah, the Journey guy, the Filipino guy.
He does sound identical, but he doesn't have to sound identical, in my opinion.
Okay, well, I don't know if Journey was looking for was it Steve Perry
Well, they found him on YouTube, so I mean, it's true.
I mean,
that's amazing.
There's hope for all of us, I think, at that point.
That's
right?
exactly right. I mean, we're on YouTube right now, so
I'm too early for me to sing. Although I don't know where I don't think I'd fit in the Van Halen department, but interesting stuff. And who would ever imagine Neil Diamond would have a drug problem? I mean,
I think everybody at that time, all the police were going after all of them. But you wouldn't think necessarily.
And it was Neil Diamond and not Neil Young, right?
That's correct, Neil Diamond.
I mean, look, Neil Diamond or Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson. If you see his bus on the tour somewhere, it's a hit. If you pull him over, you're gonna get some contact. I've been on that bus once when he was in Austin, Texas. Yes, a buddy of mine played bass for him, and we walked up the stairs of the bus. He goes, "Let's go see Willie." Walk up the stairs of the bus, and you realize that there is a halo of a cloud of smoke that's about. Once you get into the bus, you're fully standing up. It hits you about mid-chest level. So, yeah, if you spend any time in there, you could definitely
Did you partake, or is that not something I'm allowed to ask?
I stood there, which was meaning I was kind of partaking.
Right,
yes, I did.
Involuntarily, yeah.
You didn't inhale, right?
Well, I could have a choice. If I needed to breathe, I was going to have to partake. But, they used to hassle that poor guy because they knew the minute they pulled him over, I mean, that guy's a national spokesperson almost for marijuana consumption.
Sure is.
And look at the genius that's come out of the guy. He's stoned to bejesus almost his entire career and one of the most revered country music writers and singers in history, Hi. And let's not forget about what heroin did for the jazz industry. I'm just kidding, kids. Don't do drugs. So we wouldn't have John Coltrane without heroin. Sorry. We wouldn't have Miles Davis without heroin or cocaine.
Getting made fun of for a Miami Vice kind of look. Magnum PI. Is this appropriate to wear to work, you think?
I think so.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're considered a producer, so it's okay.
Yeah, is that what it is?
He looks like he's
spoken
down here
from
in
another
Florida.
producer.
I was just about to say, you're on
Well, that's what it is. I gotta dress the part for you guys. So.
Where did you? Is that what you're wearing?
Yeah.
You're not. Oh, all right. I'm impressed.
Okay. Yeah.
Where do you find shirts for 6'8"?
Amazon. Jeff Bezos.
Jeff
everything.
Bezos.
Answered
Yeah,
everything
exactly.
there, Shannon. Back to the start of the show.
Well,
it was a great
thanks for
work
the
with you
music.
guys.
This day of music history is fantastic. Yes, thank you.
You here
thank
all
you
week?
very much. No, I'm here tomorrow. We're here tomorrow, and that's all I
Monday
know
and Tuesday.
of. Monday, Tuesday, and I don't know what you got on Wednesday. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dan. You're awesome. Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dan.
Thanks
I'm going
to
to get my
Stalker.
Band-Aids ready and go to work.
I was going to say one thing to Greg Stalker. It's time for a haircut, buddy. You're looking a little hippie-ish. And Dave, your engineer, is something special.
Yes.
Thank you to him as well. And we'll see you tomorrow, filling in for Kayal and company on 1210 WPHT. Have a great day.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you, all of you.